dungeon, essentially, that was the snake people's like base of operations down here. You found Jeb, the guy with the mask. You got some information out of him about his previous associations, that he was associated with, or at least he worked with as some sort of like the representative or go-between or whatever, with a ocean-based organization, non-serpent folk, called the Bleak Reef. The Bleak Reef, insofar as all of the characters otherwise are aware of, is some sort of old organization that apparently isn't supposed to exist anymore, at least on paper, and has something to do with the Azurketi. Beyond that, nobody fucking knows. However, though, they are, again, assumedly, bad guys because they employ shapeshifters to do bad things, which include, up to and beyond murdering Callie's parents. So you guys found all of that out, and the the day was quote unquote saved when Umber showed up. The Lamia boss showed up, like dropped everybody into slow-mo time, whether they wanted to or not. Slithered up to the poacher and just lopped his head off and turned him to stone, basically in the same instant. Umber, as it turned out, while she was definitely like very fucking angry about the situation and whatnot, she was much more pissed off at her former minions than she was at you guys. And after talking a little bit with y'all, about what the fuck was going on and the fact that she had initially told these like snake guys to like fucking drop the whole like hunt and to go do this other thing that she wanted them to do, and then they fucking ignored that order. That she was all pissed off, but she was also like, hey, get the fuck out of my place. And then she stormed back into the back part of the dungeon, which other than June at this point, no one else has like seen any of. In the recovery point after that, however, there was like some back and forth over character things, how like June knew Umber's name, and like some other details and whatnot. And then while everyone was just kind of like catching their breath and taking stock of themselves, June did go back into the other part of the dungeon. She found a room that had like some alchemical supplies and stuff like that. She found a room that was filled with a shitload of crickets and had a dark pit in it. She immediately just closed that door and kept going. And then she found Umber in the hallway, who was just kind of like, posted up against the wall, kind of waiting for you guys to leave, because she didn't want the rest of the party to like hear her like fucking crying and being upset about the situation. She and June had a sort of like long conversation that covered on many topics, which June has not shared with the party. But after a bit, June came back, let everybody know, like, hey, it's all done and taken care of. Let's get the fuck out of here. At which point, you guys collected the head of the poacher and packed it up, and then rolled out of this old temple turned snake pit, now turned like dead snake pit, and went on down the Mushroom Road to get to Vault Chamomile. You reached Vault Chamomile at roughly the end of the day. They told you about a couple of the general rules inside of Vault Chamomile, and then told you to like, hey, go on down the path, and there's a tavern that you can stay at and get rested and cleaned up and all that sort of like shit before you go into the actual city, which is exactly what you guys did. You went there. There was a very like ruckus crowd going on at the time, live music, gambling. The place was packed with a just slew of people. A lot of them were obviously dark elves, but there were other things besides dark elves. There were a couple of Zolgath who are apparently tolerated within the city, part of Vault Chamomile. They are tolerated, but that's as far as they get.
Big air quotes.
Yeah, tolerated. Big finger quoties right there. They are tolerated within the city. The serpent folk, you know that they are specifically banned from Vault Chamomile, like death on sight, kind of banned. As well as the Myconids. They do know that that Laria is not a Myconid. She may be a fungal creature like the Myconids are, but she's not a Myconid, and therefore they're not being racist against mushrooms.
She's one of the good ones.
One of the good ones.
Yeah, she's one of the good ones. But either way, you guys got rooms. They showed you where they had like a big like bathing area that was like broken off. Essentially, they've got like hot mineral springs, where you guys can like relax and recuperate and do all that sort of like shiz.
We need cleaning.
But they got all that. They went to rooms, yada yada. The other big rule that they did tell you was if you had any weapons which could not be concealed, that they have locked. They have lockers essentially there at the tavern that you can put any of that stuff into before you go into the actual city, which is just beyond the tavern. This tavern, by the way, is called the Roosting Gargoyle. So once you go past the Roosting Gargoyle and you into the actual city limits itself, if you are carrying a weapon on you that is not concealed, they will get angry about that, and you are outnumbered like 9,000 to 1.
City to 1.
Yeah, you guys are outnumbered by a considerable. But they do specifically provide a place for you to safely store weapons or other like dangerous items, like yada yada, that sort of like thing. So that has been provided for you guys, and that is pretty much our recap. We will pick up from there. Although before we do that, I'm going to pause for a brief moment so that I can go walk into the kitchen because I just realized I left my drink in there. So I'll be back in like a minute.
Nice.
Alrighty then. I just imagine in like the hot spring though, like Callie jumps in and just like sits at the very bottom, breathing through her gills at the very bottom of the spring. Yeah.
Would you pass out in it?
Is this more like a communal bath, kind of like what's the word? Those Japanese bathhouses.
I can imagine her little fin on the top of her head sticking out though.
Or is it like we have like our own individual baths?
I don't want them.
I gotta think it's communal. I gotta think it's communal, but it might be. Who knows? It could be split up across. Could be split between genders, between age, because Callie is a child.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't even think the communal baths and they're separated by gender and stuff like that. I just meant like if it was like in like one big bathhouse, or like we have like our own individual bathtubs or little.
I got a credit card
like a rental unit.
Yeah. It is specifically a very big ass room that is filled with a depression / tub that's only about like 2 feet deep or so of very warm, very mineral rich water. So like Callie can definitely breathe in it, but like it's got a flavor, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's very like it's a very good flavor actually. But though it is split though down the middle, and they've got like signs up for like over here. If you identify as female, this side. If you identify as male, that side. That kind of like thing. So it is broken up on a gender binary.
does Torque come to the I guess the I was kind of don't want to be weird about the topic since they're transgender.
Torque is as soon as like it was like pointed out for like the bath and what, as soon as y'all like get to the room and whatnot, Torque's first thing is like bath. She is in desperate need of getting clean. And she heads like without blinking into like the female area of the bathing place. Well, and like I said, it has on their little sign, identify as rather than any sort of like actual like hard cutoff point that they've got for personal plumbing.
Actually, that is a good question. Like Tim, since they're mechanical, they like non-binary. Do they have to?
Why is he taking a
they identify?
Tim, I was just about to ask. Tim would ask if they have. Tim would ask if they have like a bucket or a small container of water because he's gonna clean out the like segments between his joints, but he's not gonna get in the water because.
Yes, they do have a lot like other communal bathhouses. They've got a area where you can like sit and soak, and then they've got like another area where you can just like take like a bucket, essentially a pail of water, and do like deep scrub kind of like cleaning if you so need. That has drains and all that sort of stuff that you can empty that out with.
Tim's just chilling in the corner, cleaning out all the rivets between his joints.
As soon as Torque is in the as soon as Torque is in the bath, she is using her prestidigitation to like shave her like sideburns, which have like her stubble has like gone all the way down to her jawline. But she's like shaving all that back magically and getting herself all cleared up.
Wish I had that in real life, man.
I mean, for real.
Like floating on her back in the fucking.
Yeah, and
we got a floater.
And Callie's just like relaxing, floating there in the water, catches the wave of Gloria coming in, sitting down. That just like sends her like flowing down like several feet. But yeah, everybody otherwise has the opportunity to get into the cleaning area and get themselves scrubbed and cleaned up. And the benefit of doing this, there is some actual game mechanic here, is that once you have finished cleaning, if you did have any lingering status effects going on, like you had disease, or if for some strange reason we'd gotten this far and you still had like you were still taking like persistent bleeding damage or anything like that, or poison, or anything, all that sort of jazz, saves that you make afterwards are done at a +1. Additionally, after rest, when you heal as if you were 1 level higher for returning hit points to yourself.
Whoa.
Nice.
So
Tim's robot syphilis is gone. Let's go.
Jesus Christ.
Oh no.
What?
Robot syphilis is gone.
No.
We've done it, boys.
You want to explain that one?
Bonzi
I
buddies.
That's basically just a bunch of dirt and grit got in his,
well, yeah, Laria is
and he had
able
clean it
to
out.
get in there and get herself cleaned up. So yeah.
I guess maybe she'll do that then.
Scrubbing Dr. Tremors.
Yeah, so everybody gets in there and gets cleaned up. Although actually, Laria, if you would, please roll a will save for me.
Oh no.
Will save?
What?
A will save.
The water's got antifungals.
Oh boy.
It's got anti
Okay.
I got a 24. I don't
Okay.
know if that's good.
That's pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. But okay, so either way, to just so that everyone is aware when it comes to actual like healing, the healing that you get from taking a rest for hit point return, you take whatever your level is and multiply it by whatever your con modifier is. It's just that, like I said, after using this, you count as 1 level higher. So instead of 5 times whatever your con bonus is, it's 6 times whatever your con bonus is. But I will go ahead and apply that to June's sheet.
Thank you.
Oh, that means I get 28 hit points out of 23.
But you said it's 5 times whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally it's 5 times whatever it is, but with the bath, in addition, it's 6 times.
Oh, it's 6. Okay.
Damn, good hygiene.
29.
Well,
40.
we all needed it. Some of us were still covered in
3.
blood.
That means June gets 20 whole hit points back.
Tim gets 12.
I get 18. I only got
And
con modifier.
Because my con's not great.
I
Well,
also
that's not
got
bad. That's 2.
18.
Let's go.
Torque gets back. Pardon me. And Torque gets back enough hit points to be back at full. Awesome.
Let's go.
Hooray.
Okay. Alrighty.
Oh, how many
those are
hit
healing
points
all
do I get back for sleeping 8 hours? I don't remember.
That is that amount.
Okay.
The like 6 times whatever your con modifier is, that's what you get for the rest.
Okay.
Oh, console command.
You do have, by the way, Laria specifically.
I'm currently 36 after the multiplying thing.
Okay, so you're 36 of how much total?
63.
Okay, so
Is the max.
it's okay. So it's going to take you a couple of days.
Okay.
Your health back up. Okay, so either way, during the evening, as far as these things are concerned, everyone rests pretty well. Torque, by the way, does like accept any help that June is willing to give her, because she's got a lot of hair that has to get like scrubbed out and whatnot. So yeah, she's very much into that. But over the Laria, they did set up a special like little section for you, technically outside of the building, like next to the garage area, where you would have access to, you know, like nutritional soil and whatnot, and can just kind of like stand there and you know, vibe. And as you're
I got some food.
yeah, as you're basically just like sleeping like face down in the spaghetti, essentially.
Nice.
While you're just like, you know, sucking in nutrients and you know, getting your rest at the same time. You do have a pretty wild dream. As you are just like dreaming and whatnot, you, in your dream, you look up, and instead of seeing the cave, you know, ceiling above you here, you instead see the open sky with all of the like stars and everything arranged up above you. Everything is all crystal clear. And as you are gazing up at the sky, the stars slowly form themselves into 3 looming figures that are like standing like over the world and like looking down. One of these figures you've seen these 3 figures before. 2 of them have more definition to them than they did the last time. One of them is still vague, you know, like a hooded, cloaked kind of like figure, sort of like deal.
Yeah, it's like the last like premonition.
Yeah, so very similar to the last one, except this time 2 of the figures have more detail to them. One of them very clearly has wings of some variety and like long bits that like stream off of the figure. What those long bits might be, who the hell knows? You can definitely tell that they've got wings of some sort. The other one has bits that like come off of the top of their head that wave about. They are much shorter than the other one. And their body is much longer and thinner and wraps around and all that sort of thing, very in a snake-like way. But you see those three figures kind of looming overhead. The two of them that have more detail also very clearly look back at you during the dream. And the one that doesn't have any detail is not paying any attention to like Laria specifically, but is looking out over the horizon. And when Laria looks over in the direction, there is a bright blue colored light that is rising over the horizon like the dawn, except it's blue, like neon blue. And then as you're like looking at that, that's when it goes poof and goes back to regular, normal, like dreams. And for some reason, you're at a marketplace and you're on. And then a few hours later, you and everybody else wakes up.
You send that to me.
I will. I will have that typed out. And I'll send that to you.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Of that. But yes. So in the morning, the dark elf woman who showed you guys around yesterday, when you first showed up, she shows you where the lockers are, where you can store any, dangerous items or supplies that you may have that aren't otherwise allowed in town. They have keys that they keep here at the Roosting Gargoyle. She also points out that they have copies to these keys, which are kept over in the government quarter of the city. So, just in case something fucking happens and, it's got to be opened up so you have access to your equipment. Either keys here or keys there, one way or the other, will open these boxes and you can get your shit back out.
Would my scythe and my combat grapnel, since I'm wearing the ring, does it still technically hide them and they're considered to be hidden even though they make sound?
Yes. They are so long as you are wearing them and not wielding them, then they aren't invisible, even though they still make noise and all that sort of stuff. So if somebody notices it while you're walking around, then that might cause an issue. But otherwise, you're technically following the law. They are concealed.
All right, then.
Yeah, we already know my thing is concealed.
I don't like that response.
Well, I can't hide my weapons.
So yeah, my flintlock and my staff is put away.
I'm gonna put my weapons inside Mr. Service.
I'm guessing someone put it away while I was asleep, so.
Yeah, they just propped it up against you while you were sleeping.
Somebody stuck them in the ground or something.
Yeah, just just poked it in the dirt next to the mushroom.
Can I take the chamber out of the revolver and then just put the gun in there?
Can I
and the double barrel musket.
Sell that, if possible.
You can take the coat pistol as it is a concealable item. So yeah, you can take that as a. Do you Tim? Do you mean you want to make it so that the gun isn't used?
Yes.
Yes, you can do that. You can dismantle the gun like you're going to, clean it. Like you would anyways. You break it down for cleaning, and just don't reassemble it and keep one of the critical pieces on you while you're walking around. Perfect. Yeah, you can totally do that. That makes the gun. So just in case somebody breaks in and steals the safe, they're not getting a working gun out of it.
I'm putting my weapons.
Well, not the revolver. I still have to put the double barrel musket in there.
I don't trust them.
But
did not get my items stolen, so I'm putting them on Mr. Service.
All right, so you're stuffing those inside of Mr. Service.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even take him with me anyway. He's got a gun on him, so they'll probably be like,
Yeah.
weapon.
Yeah, I mean, like
Yeah, that's one big
he's
weapon.
also just a he is also a weapon, and therefore in the city limits.
Are you sure my
Damn.
M1A2 Abrams considers a weapon?
Uh,
Technically a
Yeah,
vehicle.
we can't
No,
It
it's
has a
goddamn
gun.
American right.
Oh,
What were you saying?
Who?
me?
Yeah, it's interesting. Were you saying something?
Just like damn, we can't take our tank everywhere we go.
Unfortunately, no.
You
Not the
are not
tank.
allowed to bring the tank in here.
And it doesn't matter if Mr. Servos identifies as an Apache attack helicopter. He's still not allowed.
Because an Apache attack helicopter has a gun. And it's
Yeah,
not allowed.
it comes equipped with a longbow. So,
Dang
anyways,
it. No.
after everyone has otherwise taken care of putting away the items that they're otherwise not allowed to have, which just so that we're aware, even though I haven't taken it off of Torque's sheet yet, she is currently equipmentless, so that'll be something she needs relatively soonish. But otherwise, you guys are allowed to go.
All the stuff that I'm gonna go and sell in the town.
Alrighty. As far as selling stuff, you were actually handed a little child's color with crayon map of Vault Chamomile, and assuming that that's even vaguely correct, according to that little map, once you pass the roosting gargoyle, you would need to go down the path a little bit. You enter into the actual city that is Vault Chamomile, and in Vault Chamomile, in the city part, there's one of these various natural balcony terrace things that sticks out into the 5 mile wide void in between sides of this gigantic underground vault. One of those is specifically noted as the Terrace Market, and that is where they do all of their trade and all that sort of stuff. It is not hard to find. Once you guys basically round the corner, you can see it in the distance. You'll be there in a few minutes, kind of thing. You also have on the map the part that is the administrative and or political quarter of the city. It doesn't actually take up a full quarter of the city. It's just called the political quarter. But it is pointed out it's on the other fucking side of the ring from where you guys are at. And you can either walk all the way around the edge, take one of the bridges, go over to the little floating island that's got the fake glowing sun in the middle of it, and then cross from there over to the other side. So whichever way you want to go, that's how you just get over there. In the middle, like I said, they do have a bunch of giant floating island in the middle of all of this. It is probably a quarter of a mile wide, at least the surface part area that you would walk on. And right above it, there is another smaller, but still absolutely gigantic, glowing ball of crystal or something that is effectively being the sun down here. It has a call that slowly is rotating around it that gives this entire area a day-night cycle. And it is currently daytime. But if you look across, at the other side of the vault, you can see the area that is cast in shadow. So it's nighttime on that side. And if you watch it long enough, you can see that shadow ever so slowly start creeping around. So eventually it will be nighttime again. But that's how they have a day-night cycle. The last thing to mention that it says on that little map down there is it says way, 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 way down at the bottom of Vault Chamomile. So 10 miles straight down from where you're currently at, there is a thing marked as the Stonefall Pool, and it says access to the Sunless Sea.
The dog is here.
The dog is here.
Woke up.
Welcome, Jay.
I was getting my hair done.
Oh.
Why didn't you say anything then?
Because what would you? Really, I was chilling. I didn't expect to come back.
Bro, all you had to say is, yo, I'm going. I'll be right back. That's all you
I'm
had
gonna
to
get
say.
my hair did.
My man, you left your
well,
seat
do my
back, so we
hair
assumed you
did,
fell
dude.
asleep.
As that is, what has happened in the past, Jay. However, Jay, what that hair do?
It do be
A
herring.
lot.
Well, I'm glad. I mean, like you got like a high fade, or
My top
I
fade.
Got braids.
what you rocking?
Well, I repermed it.
Oh, okay,
Let's
nice.
go.
Yas, yas.
Did you perm it or did you relax it?
Well, permed it, then relaxed it.
He
Ooh.
parmesaned and then he
You
relished
made your
it.
hair wavy?
Yes.
Imagine
Parmesan
Okay.
and ravioli. It,
Dog with the wave, dog with the wave, wave check.
Wave dash.
I'm gonna say I'm probably gonna take Laria with me to the market because I'm gonna have her sell my stuff if she's okay with
Okay.
that. She's got the.
You want me to help you?
She's got the more convincing ability for this one.
Please, mister. We're very poor. We're selling everything we have. Ma'am, you are selling me 7.
I think it would be this one.
You're selling me 5 sets
Right.
of fine clothing, a versatile tinderbox, a leather armor, and a gun.
Oh well, only
really
Fuzzy can
poor.
see it, but I think it's that.
Very
I see
poor.
it.
Yeah, she Laria it does have the bargain hunter feat, which allows her to spend her day hunting for bargains and reselling stuff at a profit.
Yay.
Okay.
let's go.
All right. So then,
It only has it to where you can see it though.
well, you know what? Hold on. Let me open up your sheet real quick because I remember where the button is to turn whisper off. Let's
Just
see here.
just a really quick question. What's the item level of this place?
The available item level of this place is item level 7.
Whoa!
However,
Oh,
there is a cap due to safety on stuff that is produced by the Morlocks. So anything that is clockwork or like high alchemical, that sort of stuff, that caps at 6. But
Okay.
if it's something else, specifically if it's magical, then 7 is where it's at.
I got 3 things. That's it. That's all I want.
All right. Well, I believe, Laria, if you click on stuff now, you should not be whispering it to me automatically.
All right,
J Laundry.
they work.
Yep, I see it.
Okay.
There it is. Not whispered.
There we
Okay.
go.
Okay.
All right. You might see your sheet closed, but that's me. You can just reopen.
Okay.
Okay. So, anyways, you've got the bargain hunter, which means that you can make a diplomacy check in order to sell off.
Do it now.
Yes, please. In order to sell off this stuff. This does take time. Oh, nice. 23. That's good. Okay, so whatever stuff that you are selling, you guys can take the normal cost for that and add an additional 2 gold on there.
Oh hell yeah!
What?
Really?
Let's do it.
Wow.
How much?
pretty
how
generous.
How much would be the 5 sets of fine clothing?
Fine clothing. Let's see here. Let's bring that up.
I actually don't have that many items.
I stole them from Umber. Hopefully she doesn't mind that they're missing.
Oh yeah, she don't. She didn't come after you or anything. She was like, "Hey, those are my pants."
My pants.
Those are my pants. Madam, you have a snake ass. That is not.
And you have snake cheeks.
Snake cheese.
Actually, non-existent snake cheeks.
You got
I have returned.
snake clappers.
Snake clappers. What does that mean?
Makes it rattle.
No.
Rattlesnake.
She can make it rattle.
What?
No.
It alerts all the guards in a 4-mile radius.
Damn right it do.
Okay, so
my
anyways,
God.
let's see here. There was the friggin' fine clothing. Okay, fine clothing. Where are you at? Fine clothing.
You fine, clothing.
You fine ass bitch. Let's see here.
Now.
Clothing, fine. You could sell each and every one of those sets for 2 gold a pop.
Alrighty.
Dang.
So that's 10 gold plus 2. That's 12, right?
That is correct. Yes.
I can math right. Alright, I'm gonna just sell all the stuff. I'm gonna get rid of all the stuff I want to get rid of. I think
All
that's
right.
like basic, right? How much would the ornate hand mirror be? I didn't.
The ornate hand mirror, which is itself a like, is like an art item.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's see here. Where did I put? Okay. Open this in a new tab. Let's see here. Ornate hand mirror. Where the fuck did I put that? Okay, the ornate hand mirror is 5 gold.
All right, I'll sell that too as well. 7 gold.
So this is going to take a couple of for them to do this. So if you're not Laria and you're not Callie, what else do you guys want to do? Because you have at the moment, here in front of you, a just sprawling magic-filled marketplace that is just crawling with vendors and other people who, like buying and selling just all kinds of mind-boggling shit.
I'm interested if there was any more of those, magic infused bullets.
Yes. Asking around, there is a shop towards the back of the place, which is run by a guy named Jobj.
Joj?
Jobj. His name is Jobj. His name is
Jobj.
How do you spell that?
Joj. Joj.
It's Jobge. Jobj. Jobj.
I don't like the GE at the end of that. I don't trust Jobj.
Jobj. Well, to make it even worse, when you get there, Jobj is a Morlock. So Jobj, so that you know what a Morlock is in Half-Life, is a shock white, pale, wrinkly as hell guy that looks kind of like a ghoul. I mean, he looks more or less like, say, human.
What are you doing, skin?
But he has no eyeballs. Like he has no lids or anything like that. He's just flat, nothing right there where he should have eyes. He's got big pointy ears, kind of like an elf. He has sharp teeth. He looks like he should be like some sort of underground predator, quite honestly. But he is wearing a very fancy vest and shirt that has this head gear on him that's got various cones and whatnot that are connected to little little armatures that go back to the headband and all of this sort of stuff. And when you guys come in there, he is in the process of actually minting some brand new bullets and ammunitions and stuff. And he has quite the collection of dangerous explosives just like lined up behind him on the wall. And as you guys come in, one of his like big pointy ears like flicks in your direction, and then he turns, and points his face towards you guys. Whether he can quote unquote see you or not, that's up for debate. But he, rotates his head over at you guys, big prickly sharp teeth, and he's just like, "Hey, customer, what you want?"
Yes, I was told that you were the one to come to for quality ammunition.
You got that right. I am. My name is George, by the way. Say, you sound different. You are surface person?
Yes.
Okay. Are you human?
That I am.
Blind. I can hear you real well, but I can't see. That's why I'm asking this question.
I just made like 100 gold from selling all this fucking nonsense.
Rolling in the
Can't wait
rolling in it.
to spend all that on explosives.
Hey, one last question. Are you are you one of those humans that they call imperial?
Why would you want to know?
Well, you see, George is looking for trade partners with the top side, and well, they don't get many of like imperial human down here. There are only a few over in the embassy, over in the political quarter, but every time Job talked to them for for trade stuff, they just, well, sometimes I think they are making a face at Job. Can't really hear that part, but they make they make noises with their faces. They don't seem like helpful noises.
Can I make like an insight if like he's like maybe they're not doing business because like he's like trying to
horribly disfigured? Probably.
no, like he's trying to like what's the word, like push the stuff through, like the stuff he's trying is like illegal shit,
Yeah, you can make a perception check for this.
Oh, I think you have to roll for me, but
I will. Okay, so let's see here. June's sheet.
Wink.
June makes perception check. June makes a 14.
All right.
With that 14, as best June can tell, he seems to be talking about genuine like business.
Mm-hmm. All right, and June, that's what June feels or like gets the gist of from him. She kind of turns to the party and be like, "You guys want to fucking kind of gestures like, do y'all want to like kind of be business partners with this guy?"
Am I not here? Am I still selling shit? Was it all going down?
At the moment, yeah, you're currently involved selling shit. So anybody who's not a mushroom or a small fish girl, do y'all want to set up business partnerships with this guy?
Oh, you know it.
What kind of weapons am I?
We selling everything. Let's go.
All right, well, okay. June says, "Well, we aren't directly involved with any imperial trading. We could set up a partnership. What kind of trade would we be doing with you, or for you, I should say?"
Well, George wants to bring glory of Morlock innovation up to the surface.
Oh man, I really wish.
I don't know if you are aware, but you see, in an extremely roundabout, kind of story way, you and we are related. And it seems like such a shame to not share the many things Job has learned about metallurgy and alchemy and like how to make things explode. It seems bad to not share that knowledge with people who are very distantly, admittedly, practically family. So, plus also, I hear the Imperials are very wealthy, and also that they too have sort of a affinity for making things go boom. So, match made in heaven and all that sort of shit. It would be no big thing, of course. I mean, I am not asking for you to, haul tons of explosives through a bunch of like winding caves that are prone to collapse at any moment or anything like that.
That's exactly what he's asking.
What Job would prefer is Job would like you to take like a missive, a message really to some potential trade partners on the surface. Job and these other like third party can then discuss how to set up a transport. But I just need to get mail up there, really, is what it is. So this is more like a mail service thing.
I see. Well, I don't see any issue with that. Of course, there
good.
would be a courier fee.
Oh, of course. Well, actually, since you rolled in here as a customer, how about we can do this? I could either pay you a courier fee. I believe this to be fair. Or alternatively, instead of a courier fee, I could knock that off the price of purchase from Job. Job does have many things to sell. I've got arrows, I've got bolts, I've got bullets, I've got cannonballs, I've mortars, I've got things which legally I have to call f***s. What do you want?
Well, I believe a certain educator we're traveling with would be more interested in those cannonballs, but me, and she kind of puts her hand down on the counter. In my travels here recently, I've come across some special ammunition. It was a bullet that gave off a faint glow, and when I shot it, it made things go boom, as you say, but it was a bit more. It almost like seemed to spark electricity and make things really go boom more than a normal bullet would. I was wondering if you had heard of some kind of ammunition, or even better, if you sold it.
This is the even better situation. Job does sell that. Now, to be clear, I want to make sure that Job does not manufacture these spell strike bullets. Job has a partnership with a Magus who does the actual enchanting part of it. I merely cover the physical aspect of the bullet. They handle all of the arcane energies that go into it. So,
Of course.
Job can only really say something about the quality of the physical bullet, not the magic that is in it. Just want to make that sure clear. But Job does sell these things, and Job has a good tablet has information these spell strike ammo. Let's see here, and then he like kind of like pats down his pockets, and then like he opens up a one of his like vest pockets, and he pulls out what looks like a small stone tablet. It's roughly like the size of a like iPhone, essentially. and he puts it on the table, rotates it around, pointing towards June. And it is covered in a bunch of like bumps and ridges and whatnot, in Braille. And he proceeds to tell you that, according to what is written in Braille on this tablet, that he has at the moment, he currently has at the moment 5 of the spell strike ammo, and the options that he has for the spell strike is he's got the kind that have the Horizon Thundersphere spell in it, which is the same kind that June had before. He does have more of those. He's got currently 3 of them. The other 2 that he has is he has one which he claims is filled with healing magic. Exactly how that works, Job doesn't know.
June would raise an eyebrow at that.
Yeah,
Tim
does not
it.
know how that one works. But it is supposed to be filled with healing magic.
Better.
And then the last one that he has is one that does acid damage. So you've got basically one that's electricity, or 3 of them which are electricity, one of them that is acid, and one that does healing, theoretically.
Quote unquote.
When a
All
mongoose.
right. A healing bullet, of course. Well, from what you were describing, that you said it was Sunsphere, right? Or
it is her specifically the spell that is in it is Horizon Horizon Thundersphere, I think.
Thundersphere.
Yeah, Horizon Thundersphere.
From what you're describing, that Thundersphere sounds a dead ringer for that bullet I found. Came in very handy. So I'd say I'd take 2 off your hands, and I'll hold off on that healing ammunition for now, and take that acid one off your hands.
Okay. The spell strike ammunition, they're not cheap. But you say you are Imperial human, and Imperial have wealthy money coin. So that's going to be, let's see, you take it 3, so 12, 24, 36 gold coins.
All right, just making sure I have 36 gold coins. Inventory. Ew. Oh, I don't like that. All right. Yeah, I'll take 36 gold coins off of my 203. That'll be 167, right?
Yep.
Dang.
All right.
I got a lot of money. I got 46 gold. Excuse me, 48.
Okay.
Oh yeah, this is like pretty rough doing it on phone.
Selling stuff with me as well.
I didn't have anything to sell. All I have is a quill.
Well,
okay,
Holly has a lot to sell because she just steals everything that she has.
I'm gonna write down that June buys 3 of the spell strike ammo. They are all type 1.
All right. So how do these spell strike bullets look to June? Is it I mean, at least I imagine that the Thundersphere look more or less identical to the one she got from.
Yeah, they look more or less. Yeah, they look more or less identical. These have a, like, to separate them from the regular bullets that you would put into Ladyfingers. These just like scream more advanced. They have better rifling. They are much more precision machined looking bullets with better cones on the front of them. And in the middle of them, they have tiny lines of imprinted like runes and arcane sigils and stuff like that, which is the part that literally holds the magic.
Yeah, and that's like glowing. Yeah.
Yeah, and they do faintly glow. Each one of them is basically the same amount of light you'd get out of a candle.
No, yeah, no, I'm not saying like they're like literally glowing like a torch. I'm just saying like they're magic bullets.
Oh yeah, they are clearly obviously magical. They are not trying to hide that shit.
All right, she rolls them in her fingers and says, "I imagine this is the start of a wonderful friendship between us." And
yes, Job would like to make more from you.
Where exactly would you like for me to, I guess, shop around? What was the name of the port city again? It was Harham, right?
Harham is the port city that you guys started in.
Yeah. I did recently travel through Harham, and that is a bustling trade city. I'm sure if I could unload some merchandise of yours there, it would do very well.
Yes, I have heard actually of Harham, even all the way. Say, how about this? If you will take a, let's see, let me give you a sampler box, such as it is, of some small goods that I and some of the fellow smiths that I work with have created as examples of work. And I already have a letter which is written up in the common language to go up. Although, actually, now that I think about it, you are imperial human. Could you, and I will pay you for service, could you take a look over it, make sure that, spelling is correct and all of that sort of stuff? There's a bit of a shift when you are translating from undercommon to overcommon on like verb tense and like how you break down sentence. Can you check for me? That would be very useful. I will pay for that service.
June cocks her head and says, I don't see why not. It would probably do good to help, yes, and I wouldn't mind a little extra pocket change, of course. And she'll take her time, to, I guess, kind of negotiate this deal with Jojub or Joe
Jobj.
Jobj, yeah. Yeah, and like
Jobj.
yeah, so June's kind of like I guess working out like a little side hustle for herself. I'm gonna be honest, she at first when he was telling her when he was telling her about like, oh yeah, I'll give you a discount if you like take this letter up. She was like full on me like, oh yeah, I'll take this discount and I'll like toss this letter somewhere. I don't know if I can hear it. But then she's like hey, if if uh if you like, and can take this, kind of sample box, get some trade up, I'll get you a cut of this, like she's like, oh, actually, that doesn't sound too bad.
That'll work.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Let me tell you. Let's see here. Okay.
So what is the dog doing?
I will. If you have the ability to do so, since you do have some access to roll 20, if you could roll a scribing lore check.
Oh god, I hope I didn't mess up. It's probably be better with a tablet, to be honest. Do I even have a scribing lore? Oh yeah, I do. Oh yeah, that's actually that actually does come up with June's thing.
Bam. All right. Okay. So then, yeah, you and Job kind of like dicker around a little bit for what he's going to give you, and you take a look at his like letter and all that sort of stuff.
Damn, I can't believe June's backstory going there.
There are some less there's some less good verbiage in there that June can edit out and all that sort of stuff. Given that June is a scribe by like overall trade, so as you are doing, you are earning an income through your specific fucking job, and you and Job basically like rack up what that is going to be in order for you to like take that back up to the surface and like drop it off with some tradesfolk up there in Harlem. As far as how much actual income you earn from this, he is willing to pay June for this service 12 gold.
Let's go.
Not terrible, yeah. I mean, she was already planning to go back to Harm anyway, so it's like on the way.
Yeah. All right. So, other than June, doing here, does anybody else want to purchase anything from the Warlock guy who's got all of the like thing?
I mean, I would like to, but I'm currently still fucking selling a lot of shit for him.
I was gonna say, I'd like to see if does he sell like a wrist grappler?
You mean like a grappling gun or something like that is wrist mounted?
Yeah, there's a grappling gun called a wrist grappler, and you wear it on your wrist, and it goes on a pack on your back. It's level 2, and just if anyone was selling one. If Morlock's not, I'm gonna look for it.
Well, if anybody would be selling, would be the guy. Let's see here. So,
and also if anyone could spare 59 gold.
No.
No.
Okay, so he does have a wrist grappler, which is the level 2 item, and he is willing to sell it to you for 20.
You know what? I got you covered, Danger, for the 59 gold. I'm sitting at 272 gold pieces anyway, so.
Whoa. Okay. That's all I need. All right, so I think I'll go ahead and get that grappling gun, and then I wanted to look and see if there was like an armorer that might sell like hide armor.
Yes, there are multiple people that can.
Okay.
Are you just basically looking for like regular hide armor?
Yeah, there's 4 things I was looking to get: hide armor, a healer's kit, the wrist grappler, and then with the 59 gold, a spacious pouch, which is a magic item.
Okay, well, the hide armor, super easy to get. That's just 2 gold for the cost there. Got the 25 for the wrist grappler. The healing tool. Let's see here. Regular
Since we only have one healer in the group.
Like regular old
Tim can run around
healing.
Let's
see healers.
A healer's tool and an advanced one.
Yeah, there's healer's toolkit is what we're looking for here. Okay, the healer's toolkit. That is 5 gold by itself.
Yeah. Okay, so far I'm like at 16 gold after those 3, and then the spacious pouch item number 4 is 75. That's why I needed the 59.
Okay, and then the spacious pouch. Let's see here. The spacious pouch type 1 is 75 gold.
Yeah.
And they they definitely do sell a spacious pouch. So if you want to get that, you can if you've got the cash.
That is literally every single gold piece I have. This is why I have no money.
All right then. Let's see here. A living creature placed inside enough air 10 minutes before it begins to choke to death.
There you go. Oh yeah. This is that extra dimensional bag I was looking at.
Because it is very spacious.
Yeah.
Let's
It
see
holds
here.
25 bulk. I can hold my whole armory in there.
That is a shitload of bulk in that one pouch. The only like downside of it is that individual items have to be able to fit through the mouth of the pouch. That is the one downside.
Hmm.
And I'm going to say this pouch can stretch up to like 1 foot in any given direction. So
Perfect.
if it's not
That's all
more
I
than
need.
if it's not more than a foot wide in any given direction, you can put it into the pouch.
Sick. All right. Tim straps on his grapple gun, throws a spacious pouch over his bag, and puts on his hide armor and goes to find Callie to make sure she's doing all right.
All
Sure
right.
Which she's probably doing fine. She's just haggling for money.
She is doing okay. So,
She haggled.
okay, here, let me.
Tim just kidded himself out. Just.
Well, yeah, I definitely want to buy some stuff after I'm done selling stuff.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
And you will have the time to do so.
Let's go.
Besides Jobj, there are a couple of other merchants that are selling stuff worth note here in the terrace market. There is a dark elf guy who is the guy that you talk to if you want something that is alchemical, specifically. It does note on the sign that he's not actually an alchemist, but apparently he knows people, and they pay him to sell their goods. There is a merchant who is a dark elf woman, who is the one that you go to if you want like the funny, wacky, cool, magical stuff. She also makes specifically herself. She makes potions and scrolls, but she's apparently a employee multiple journeyman level mages that make the like other wacky tacky stuff.
Question, by the way, have we cashed the head in yet, or is that we still waiting?
No, that we're taking care of that after we take care of time.
Dang, I still might get more money.
So there's those yo-hos, including to Jobj, but there is one other special merchant that can be found down here. Towards the front of the market, there is a just rug that's like laid out off to the side from the like standard like walk area, and sitting on the rug is a gigantic bug-looking guy. With multiple eyes, who has a little sign sitting out in front that says that he or she or it or whatever the particular like gender makeup of this thing might actually be, deals in equal exchange, no cash, and is specifically looking for rare and uncommon items. Also looking specifically for weapons, but is willing to trade them for other rare and uncommon.
Well, too bad we can't because we put all of them in a lockbox.
All except one.
All except two.
Oh yeah, that's right. But the fact that I don't know, something about it seems weird. That it's like, oh yeah, I'm looking for weapons. Yet we had to put our weapons up here, so something tells me that man is a fed.
Yeah, the 7 foot the 7 foot tall insect guy is probably working for the feds.
This seems like a you are right though. It definitely seems like a psyop.
Also, before
try
go ahead.
and get you into trap or something like that.
But yeah, he's just sitting there off to the side with like his exchange, no coins, just items.
But he's looking for weapons.
Yeah, but he's specifically looking for weapons.
I'm gonna do a perception check to see if that man is a fed.
All right, go for it. Fucking try. I dare you. You don't know if he's a fed, but it is fucking weird. while you're watching, a dark elf comes up to him. They speak back and forth in like undercommon for a moment, and the the dark elf kind of like seems to be like contemplating something, and then like the dark elf like reaches into its pocket and pulls out a small knife, just like regular size, like kind of like dagger kind of thing.
He's got a knife.
Sheathed, not like not drawing it, like, but he pulls out one like sheathed, and like he passes it to the insect guy. The insect guy, like unsheathes it in order to examine it and whatnot. Sheathes it again, sets it down on the rug, pushes down on it, and it just merges into the rug. And then he pulls his hand up, and out comes a box that's roughly the size of like like a frozen dinner, that kind of like sized box.
Lunch.
And he pulls out the box, and he like flips open the box, turns it to like face the elf guy. The elf takes a look at it, nods, like closes the box, passes it to him, and then the elf guy like kind of like tucks the box into his coat, kind of looks around a little bit, keeps walking.
Okay then.
How curious.
How
very
odd.
Curious, very curious indeed, one might say.
But yeah, there's that guy just over there doing stuff.
Doing things.
But yeah, those are the weirdo that are here in the terrorist market. So it takes, like I said, a couple of hours for the selling to go on. So after a couple hours, you guys back up with Callie and Laria. They've made quite the haul off of stuff. Basically, like Callie has been following Laria around. I will trade this for that, and then that for this, and then this for that, and then that for this, and this and for that, and that, blah, blah. Backing around, and somehow managing to turn like a whole profit out of all of this.
Let's go. Also, really quick, before that, I wanted to ask, I didn't happen to see any other automatons, did I?
You have seen 0 automatons. You have seen, overwhelmingly, it has been dark elves. Like they are literally like 10 to 1, when it proportionally speaking, how much population there is.
Other than the Morlocks, was there anyone that seemed to have like metal or mechanical parts, or was it all fleshies?
Everyone down here appears to be some level of organic. It is with the bug guy. It is actually legitimately unclear what part of him is like him and what part of it is like maybe clothing that he's wearing, or maybe it's armor. Unclear if it's actually like a part of him or not. But it is still organic in nature, whatever it is. However, though, like all of the while their fashion screams like Victorian period England kind of like thing. So imagine like top hats, popped collars, bodices, ankle long like skirts, layered vests, and all of that. But then mixed in with that is like also chainmail and like pauldrons and vimbraces and all that sort of stuff. So like even the people who are just like casually, like even they are armored, and a lot of this stuff is like fucking fancy. Half of it has like glowing runes imprinted on it and all that sort of shit. So like everybody who's walking around you is potentially wearing an item of mass destruction, on the surface. So yeah, that's what's going on. But all of these people, all organic.
Interesting. All right, thank you.
So once the party is back together, it's beginning to get close to like midday. So if there's any particular shopping that Laria or Callie want to do before you,
Yes.
what do you want to do?
Well,
What would you like
first,
to purchase?
I would like to go and purchase a bag of holding.
Okay,
Like
so
a bag of holding.
so you head over to Adoriel's shop and purchase a spacious pouch.
Big of hoodie.
Yeah. What, a spacious pouch or a bag of holding? They only sell spacious pouches? Because I want a bag of holding. Because I don't think
Well, let me check.
whatever
Let me check bag of.
Yeah, I think that might be a D&D thing. I think the spacious pouch is the bag of holding of Pathfinders.
Well, actually, what it is that like bag of holding is the old. So now it is the spacious pouch. So spacious pouch is just the new name for bag of
The
holding.
new
Damn
one.
it.
Mm.
Do you think I could
But
do,
yeah,
like,
they do have spacious pouches. They have both type 1, 2.
1 and 2?
Ooh.
They got a second one?
2 has like yeah, it goes up by level. It's like 4, and
Yeah,
4 can have like
the type 2
50 bulk, I
spacious
think.
pouch is an item level 7. So it's at the peak of what these guys are selling. It is worth 300 gold and holds
shit, yeah.
to 50 bulk.
Well, no, I can't buy that.
Whoa.
I'm poor as fuck. Yeah, we're gonna go with the level 1 item.
Okay,
Let's
that's
go.
75 gold, and that one holds 25.
That should be fine.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna buy that. Alright. Let me just. Alright, that's gonna be the first thing I buy because I'm gonna probably stuff everything else I buy into that item. If I
Okay.
can.
Reasonable, yeah.
Is there anyone selling an alchemist flamethrower?
Oh, flamethrower.
Yeah.
Well, let me check. Let's see. Flamethrower.
It's literally just like a. You put like alchemist fire and it just spews it out.
Mm-hmm.
Flamethrower.
Yeah. Let's see here. The alchemist flamethrower, which is surprisingly only an item level 2.
I mean, it would make sense because you'd have to make the alchemist fire to go into it. So I
Yeah.
understand that completely. That it's like it's
okay. So
I believe that the mechanism would be.
So technically, no. Technically, no one sells a alchemist flamethrower. However, Job just happens to have all of the bits and pieces to make an alchemist flamethrower.
Damn it.
He would just have to sell them to you individually. Prices all add up to 35.
Oh, well then I'll do that then because I want to install an alchemist flamethrower on Mr. Service.
Yeah, but that's highly fucking illegal for you to have, put together in town. that'll have to be later.
Worry, I'll just put all the parts into the bag of holding.
It's hidden.
What would be hilarious is you put it all into the bag of holding, summon forth Mr. Trimmers, send Mr. Trimmers in there to construct it while you're just walking around. And he just puts it together inside of the bag.
I might do that. Honestly, I'll have him do that.
But yeah,
I already have the formula for it too, so I can just hand it to him and be like, "Go in there, and
make it."
It's like, here's all the Lego pieces. Build this.
Put it together.
But yeah, he sells you all of the bits and pieces for you to construct a functional alchemist flamethrower for 35 gold.
Alrighty.
Okay. Anything else?
Hold on. I'm just making sure I write all this down so I don't forget.
Mm-hmm.
Alchemist flamethrower. Already. Let me think for a second. I want to get the recipe for a moderate blight bomb and a moderate dread ampule.
That can be acquired.
Okay.
Let's see here. The recipes are 1 gold per item level for those things. So whichever, 1 gold per
the level.
1 gold per item level.
So if it was moderate, that would be. Hold on, let me check.
You want the Dread Ampule?
And the Blight Bomb recipe, yeah.
Okay, the Dread Ampule moderate is a item level 3, so that's 3 gold.
Alrighty.
And then the Blight Bomb,
Moderate as well. It's also 3 gold, I would imagine.
yes, also 3 gold
Dread.
for the recipes for those.
Alrighty. I'm just making sure they're spelled correctly.
All right, so you get that stuff from Anzern. Anzern, the not alchemist, knows a lot of them, and so
Who knows a lot of alchemists and is
he knows a lot of alchemists.
Oh,
He
close
knows
it,
a
you
lot of
son of a bitch.
alchemists.
Don't worry about it. It's not like we don't know a not necromancer.
You know a guy who does not bring
I'm gonna get the
at all.
Skeptics elixir recipe, remote trigger elixir recipe, the Chia elixir moderate recipe as well.
Okay. Again,
what the hell those what level those
yeah,
are
yeah, whatever item levels they are, it's.
All right, so remote trigger.
While Serp is looking that up, is there anything else that any of the rest of you want to get?
Trigger recipe level 5 already.
I don't think so. I've spent all of my gold and some of Swag's.
Okay.
I got no money.
So they sell level 6 items, right?
Yes, they do sell up to level 6 for like dangerous alchemical technical stuff.
So wait, would a skeptic's elixir count as like dangerous? Because like it's literally just you see like it's literally just like you see through lies, falsehoods, and magical trickery. Would that technically be
No,
all right.
that would not be a dangerous item. That would go 7.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna buy the moderate version for that. That's level 6. Hold on, let me just add up all the numbers real quick. I also have money left over after it.
Larry, are you buying anything specifically?
Is it just weapons only there?
Oh no, it's all kinds of gear. You've got like magical, you've got mundane, alchemical, mechanical, whichever ones you want. So, is there anything specifically you'd like to get? If not, you can just sit on your gold.
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right. What about you, Swag?
No, I'm gonna sit on my gold as well.
Okay. So then,
They're gonna come together and build a nuke. I know it.
After a little while, Callie is done with the shopping that she wants to do. So once that is all done,
I wanna talk to the bug dude real quick.
Okay. You go over to talk to the bug
Bug
dude.
man.
The bug dude.
Wait, real quick. Quick
Mhm.
question.
Yeah.
If I put on armor that raises my armor class, does that raise Brick's armor class?
Yes.
We got to stop thinking for it for a second.
Me and Brick are at 24 AC.
All right, there we go. That's a lot of.
Jesus Christ, that's pretty damn good.
We are brick wall, baby.
You are. So, the bug, quote unquote, dude, its name is Tartuzula.
Talk to Zula.
Tartuzula.
So he wants to trade item like a item of where for another item.
Yes. I do not trade in coin, only in equivalent item exchange. I bring good things from Uxland. His place far to north and also up. Surface place.
Callie's like, what can I get for? And then she just like pulls out Jamal's dagger that's sheathed What can I get for this?
Dagger. Is
Jamal looks at her. Jamal.
is okay.
He's so
Is this item one which was used in the war?
Yes, I think it was.
What again?
I'm like morbidly curious what he's gonna give me in trade.
And Jamal looks at her closely.
I don't want to get rid of the glowing scimitar because I'm afraid of getting something worse than it.
This is good weapon. Do you know if this weapon has drawn blood?
Yes. I have seen it drawn blood multiple times, actually.
Was that blood human blood?
Well, it was a couple bugs, a couple humans, a couple dogs, a couple lizard people, one giant bush thing that like eats people.
Giant bush thing. Giant bush thing have blood?
Yeah, they got a little bit. I mean, the things you know, man. There's some weird things you find out about.
Yes, there are many weird things out there. But you did say some of the things this has drawn blood of, though. They are human. This is important to me.
Yes, they probably killed many humans that I don't know about, but from what I've seen so far, has killed a few.
That makes this a bit more worth my while, then. I could give you a few different things for this. Is there something maybe specific you are looking for? It could help narrow things down.
Kelly thinks about it.
If it help, mostly what I have magical. Not weapon though. But magical stuff. Like rings and scrolls, wands. One time someone comes and gives me a trade, and I ask for an equal thing from my bag here. And he just kind of gestures at the rug that he's sitting on. And he's like, and from it gave me a waffle iron. I don't know what a waffle is, but it was heavy and metal, and they were quite pleased with the trade. But so was I, because I got a sword that had tasted the blood of at least 65 humans.
So, you said magic rings?
Do
you have any worn items? Like goggles or something?
Yes, I have something like that. You want something that go on your face? Let's see what I can pull out. And he presses his 6-digit hand up against rug, and as far as you can tell, nothing fucking happens for a good couple of rounds. And then he pulls his hand back, and when he pulls his hand back, he pulls out a big ornamental face mask
Whoa!
that is made out of lacquered wood and looks like a screaming demon face. He's like, I can trade you this.
Can I like assess what it does?
Yeah, if you want to take a look at it and identify.
Do I do a craft check?
You would need to do a identify check, which specifically, let's see,
Is it...
identify.
I'm gonna talk to this guy next.
Let's see.
'Cause I think I found something.
Okay.
Yeah, this woman has killed many men.
Okay, so let's see here. You would need. Let me bring up the thing here.
Jamal, you should speak to him. I bet every one of your weapons has killed at least 200 men.
Yeah, for real.
Okay,
Well,
so
you sold him his fucking
so
thing.
you will need to make a arcane an arcana check to identify magic.
Okay.
And the DC that we are aiming for is the DC 17.
It's 16?
Well, it's a DC 17.
Well,
it's the actual DC. Well, you know that it's magical.
I'm near.
You know that it is magical and that it is make,
and that it's what?
but it is not imperial.
That it's what?
The item is magical. It was made by humans, but it was not made by imperial humans.
Can I? I'm nearby. Can I do an Arcana check?
Please.
Sure.
Please help.
DC 17.
Just whisper it in
So,
my ear.
I think
what it does.
you just like crouch down.
He does an Arcana check, and he's like, "Big mask." Oh yeah. No, he just says, "Big
Basically,
mask, look nice."
it's a spooky mask.
You know what? You know what?
Damn.
Nobody got it. Nobody got it.
Since
We don't know
they're
what
since
this
they're
mask is.
since you know my daughter's
You
struggling
do
with
it,
it,
Johnny?
I'm gonna mosey on up and I'm gonna
I want to know what the
Be like-
mask does before I take it.
so I'm gonna be like, huh?
Okay.
Yeah,
There we go.
Lord,
Father
There we go.
knows best.
Ask the wizard. Okay,
yeah.
so this mask has similar magic to it that you have noticed before, Swag, that comes from the Magic 8 Ball. It is a item that knows things. So this specific mask, what you would do with it is you would wear the mask, and then after you have spent at least 10 minutes wearing the mask, you can then take the mask off and ask the mask about any ancestor of yours, and it will answer questions about that ancestor.
Whoa.
It does have a limited scope of knowledge that it can pull, but it can pull information, stuff that ancestor did, things that they have, things that they things that they did, things that they own, or places that they have been, that kind of stuff.
What do I feel like Callie would definitely want this item now?
I feel like I kind of give like
Yeah,
an abridged
100%.
thing. I give her an abridged like idea of it. It's like, oh yeah, your mask. This mask is kind of similar to the Magic 8 Ball. How you can ask it something. However, you gotta wear it for like 10 minutes, and then whatever ancestor you have, it'll tell you stuff.
You know what, funny looking man? I'll take that mask.
Then I will take that blade.
And then, what's the
So,
mask called? So I could put
The mask is called specifically.
Repeat that.
It does. It is an invested item.
Invested? Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, it is. It is one of the 10 invested.
Oh yeah, that's right. I don't think any of mine were invested, are they? No. Okay, cool.
Mask of knowing things. I'll just call it that for now.
Yep, it is the mask of knowing things. But the bug man does turn his like 7 eyes to look over at like Jamal. And he like as he does, not only does he have like 7 eyes on his like big weird bug face, but like he has this almost looks like a lion's mane of little antenna or tendrils or something that like come out around the side of his head and down kind of like the neck part of his body. And they all rotate and focus on Jamal too. Like there's some sort of like sensory organ. But he turns all of his stuff at Jamal and he kind of like leans. How about you? Do you have something you want to trade?
Jamal squints and said, "Not sure. Not sure."
What would make you more sure? I'm very interested in your weapons that have tasted human blood.
Jamal looks a little concerned and I guess pulled out his dagger to just let him see. And he like, okay, what do you get from this? But I do want it back. I do.
This blade has also tasted human blood. Also, dwarven? Dwarven blood?
Mm.
Or is it gnome? Hard to tell difference.
It's all.
Tell me, little dog man, have you killed any undead before?
Probably. It's been a minute since the last I've ever checked.
Well, this is good. Do you know maybe undead were also human?
Oh, if you say anything, if you said anything, I did not hear any. It cut out.
Do you know if the undead that maybe you kill, if that undead also human?
I'm not
Like a
sure.
zombie or something.
No. Oh, like, no. You know, like Jamal kind of scratches his head and think about it. But no, but I think it was plant-like. Slowly look at Seamus. Look,
You looking at me for?
What you giving me for?
out of character. Oh, like out of character. Remember, we did fight a plant Kotarasu before, didn't we?
It was the
Oh yeah,
boss
because that was
of
technically undead.
Kotarasu.
The shell.
Mm-hmm.
Like the branch.
The
That's why.
Hmm.
That's why he slowly looked at him. Okay, I'm back in
Plant,
character.
you say? Okay. Well, that is less useful for my purpose, but still, you kill undead. That means that I like you. I give you a good trade. Do you want uh, like the this one? And he kind of like gestures at Callie. He's like, do you want something that go on your face, maybe?
Jamal kind of shrugs of like, look, if you have something that can be manageable for me, he would say like a better blade or something. Then I kind of don't want
Mm.
on it.
I can give something. Let me think. What about a thing that would let you, breathe better, to make you strong against poisons and foul air. Sort of filter for your internal lung.
Scott.
Jamal Sansa has a moment of thinking, like, what? Who's this shit? And then kind of. Really now? You have something like that?
Breathe.
I do. I have something like that. It is a thing that I got from a place. Since this weapon has tasted the blood of dwarves and gnomes, it seems fitting that I trade it for something that the hands of a dwarf had in making. A thing that helps them for breathing in places where there is foul air or poisons, gases, that kind of thing. Are you interested in a trade?
It's like Jamal looks at the crew and then looks back, like, how foul we talking of a smell?
Oh, very foul. The manufacture of this item is made from a special material that is further treated with arcane abjurations. Basically, in layman's term, what it does is it opens a microscopic portal to the plane of pure air, and it sucks in air from this plane, and it puts that air inside your internal air sacs, your lungs, and it kicks out any bad air.
So like a gas mask.
Yeah, you could call it
Magic
that,
gas
yeah.
mask?
Quite good.
It's like a magic gas mask.
Callie,
Less of a gas mask and more like it's really just like directly pumping air into your lungs.
Callie looks
Air
at,
mask.
at Jabal and is like, you could use that for your doggy asthma.
Yes.
I mean,
Your
technically,
dad.
live underwater.
I was like,
My asthma.
Jamal looks at Callie with a gruntled face, like, don't.
My air. You know I need my
It's
inhaler.
just me asking. Would that let them breathe underwater?
Specifically, what it does is it gives a item bonus to fortitude saves against against inhaled poisons, and it also does provide you with breathable air. So if you are in an environment that doesn't have air, you can breathe in it for a short while.
We might need that actually.
That short while being 1 hour.
1 hour.
Ooh, 1 hour.
Yeah, we could use
Look.
that.
I was like, so I should probably go on and probably get it.
Yes.
I just
Yeah,
do
go on.
what you want to do. Do what you want to do, man.
I mean, yeah, do what
I
you
was
want
more.
to do. Yeah, do what you want to do. If you want to give
Because like the realization, yeah, but I'm like, yeah, it was like the realization that we are getting somewhere that probably gonna be a just bunch of water.
I might need that.
That is true.
I might need that
I
bottled
mean,
air, bro.
yeah,
You
it's gonna
might
be
need
funny
that
when we're all
bottled
the ones
air.
wearing diving
You
helmets
gotta
and
just take
Callie's
a
going
hit of
without
air.
one.
Cal just got water breathing. You guys are gonna need like actual diving suits.
Tim just needs a tube,
A really long tube.
a long tube.
I was like Jamal. Okay, and that if that's the case, Jamal just like, well, shit, you twisted my leg. All right, I accept your deal.
Okay. And then he takes the dagger, just pushes it into the rug, and when he pulls his he has in his hands a what looks like a black uh, metal tube that's roughly as like thick as a that's about 6 inches that has like some flared bits that like come off of it, where quite clearly you are supposed to hold this in your mouth, and it covers your mouth and your nose. The ability well, I mean, it's not a snorkel, it literally, it looks like a
Rebreather,
yeah, so it's a little rebreather, a little magical that gives you a +1 item bonus to fort saves against inhaled poisons, and it gives you a once per day thing where you can just breathe in and out the exact same air over and over again, which allows you to breathe even in environments that do not have any air in them for 1 hour. The item is specifically called an Ever Air Mask.
It's not ever air
Okay.
if you have to do something with it for an hour.
Well, I mean, it's not forever air. It's just ever air.
I guess.
I guess.
Mm,
I guess. Can Tim like sidle his way up?
Sure. The bugman ain't going anywhere.
Tim's gonna reach into his new pouch that he bought and pulls out a quill, because I have this magic writing quill that I'm never gonna use.
Wait, what does it do?
And Tim's, it always has ink on it. Tim goes, "Well, I have this here quill that always is ready to write. Could this get me something for my firearms?"
What do you
If
mean for your firearm?
potentially something to extend my seeing distance, to stabilize my firing, even just something to make sure it's up to scruff.
Maybe. Normally things, enhance weapons go with the weapons, and the weapons go with me. So it's not something that we hand out a lot of. But maybe I can find something wild in the back. Whatever the back actually is, as he's just sitting on a rug, he kind of like casts about thinking. Let me see if he actually has a scope.
If not, I do have
Also,
this.
question: Does the mask? If you ask the mask the question in a specific language, will it answer back in a specific language?
Yes, it answers back in whatever language you spoke to it.
Good.
Let's see here. Yes, he does have a that he is willing to trade for your ever writing quill.
You said he did have a scope?
He does have a scope, yeah.
Tim will hand
I
over the
do
quill.
have a question.
Yes.
Is there an armor that's better than the one that Laria currently has, but it's not too heavy for her?
What is Laria currently wearing?
I think she's wearing studded leather.
Yeah, there's definitely stuff that's better than that. What is her strength?
Her strength is 14.
Okay. Well, let's see here. So you say that she's got studded leather is what she's currently got?
Yeah.
Okay, so studded leather, which is a light armor, has an AC of cap of 3, check penalty 1. No speed adjustment. Okay. So, let's see here. What's a little bit better than
Yeah, better, but not doesn't make her heavy or anything.
Well, is she proficient in medium armor?
How would I be able to tell?
It's on your sheet somewhere.
I think it's like towards like the bottom.
Yeah, you should have. Let's see here. Your proficiencies. You know what? Let me just check class. Let's see here. Let's look at Oracle. Oracle, what do you have proficiencies when it comes to armor? Let's see here. You are trained in unarmored defense, and you are also trained light armor. So, yep, there's nothing physically stopping you from putting on medium armor. But if you're not trained in it, you don't get the trained bonus, which is going to give you the most bonus, obviously. So I don't think there's anything though that's. I think you're probably wearing close to the best stuff right now. You could you could get buckle armor if you wanted to get buckle armor, which wouldn't change any of the stats really, but it would give you the adjusted trait, which basically just means there's a shitload of adjusted storage. It means that it comes with a shitload of pockets that you can put more stuff in. It means you can have more equipment that you are wearing that rather than usual because you've just got extra fucking pockets. It's cargo armor. You could also get an armored coat, which is flexible, which means that you do not apply the check penalty to athletics or athletics. It also is comfortable, meaning you can sleep in it.
Ooh.
So it wouldn't actually really change stats overall, but you could, like upgrade to an armored coat, and then that would sleep in it. It would not affect your acrobatics or athletics check. Or you could get buckle armor, which again wouldn't have any effect on like numbers, but would give you the ability to carry more shit.
Can I? Excuse me.
Oh, you can go ahead, Tim.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna before. Can I ask instead of a scope? You don't happen to have anything that would make me better at to find magical items, would you?
Maybe. Let let me look. You want some something that is going to help you find things better? Let's see. he kind of looks at you like, I know that you are, and he kind of like lowers his head, and like gets real close to like Tim's chest to like look at his like gears and bits and he whatnot. He looks back up at Tim and he's like, I know you are not living thing like me or these other people, but do you have a strong constitution? Do you get the heebie-jeebies is what I am asking.
I can.
Okay, then we probably don't want to go that one.
I probably am better at resisting it than most. Very, very little scares the metal heart I have.
I bet, but oh, wait. I know. I have something that I can trade for the quill. How about since you already have one little floaty rocks, how about one of these? And out of the rug, he pulls a wayfinder.
Ooh, Wayfinder's good.
Well, I'd say that's quite a good trade.
Yes, I will take quill. You can take wayfinder.
Tim hands over the quill, takes the wayfinder.
Thank you. It will help you find your way back to back to places, especially if you put the rock inside of it.
Sounds good.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, as you can take your dusty rose spindle or whatever it is, you can put it into the wayfinder and still get the benefit of the Ioun stone without like a little moon. Not to mention it powers up the wayfinder.
Cool.
So, with all of that done, and you guys over here with the Bugman, unless there's anything else to do, then the next step is just to go turn in the head of the former poacher.
What was once the poacher?
What was once the poacher. All right, so the party, once all of this stuff is done and taken care of, travels over the bridges, past the big, floaty, glowing sunstone that they've got, over to the political quarter. The political quarter is just absolutely infested with pneumatic tubes all over the place, where there are little containers inside of the pneumatic tubes whipping around in and out of buildings, just all over the damn place. And various, dark elves are moving around. There's even a greater concentration of dark elves in this area. And you, again, see dark elves who are very clearly military, who are around here. They don't seem to have any problem being here or anything like that, but they are very clearly armored, and like just waiting in the wings to pounce on fucking that is deemed necessary. It takes a little asking around, but you guys are directed to a building where apparently the Dark Elves handle anytime there is a warrant out for somebody. Specifically, you are being directed to go speak to somebody who is called the Caveman.
Nice.
Caveman?
The Caveman.
But where is the caveman?
The Caveman.
Probably in a cave.
Caveman Gallo, as it turns out, is, well, I mean, the cave part kind of like, obvious, but the man part, however, not quite so much. As when you guys roll up, there is like a 6'6" dark elf woman who like lives and shits at the gym, who is just like rippling with like muscle and what. She is the one that they are calling Caveman.
I see.
Tim Chum.
So Caveman Gallo is this just big, muscly lady. And she is also apparently the fucking head of security for all of Vault Chamomile.
Wouldn't be surprised.
And when you guys show up, claiming that you have the head wanted criminal, McLeach, the poacher, she comes over to like meet with you guys and see the head.
What?
She wants to see the head.
Oh, Callie pulls out the head, obviously the collar and the tag with all the stamps on it.
Why is it stone?
She says back in
Mm.
Elven, I cut it off with a petrifying sword.
She arches an eyebrow at this. And she's like, hand it here. Let me take a look at it. And she hefts the head like easily. She holds this like in one hand, and just like flips it around so that she's holding the top of the head down into
Neck stump up.
yeah. So she's next stump up, and she's like, if this is a statue, a forgery, whoever made this has got skill, but I got a sneaking suspicion this thing ain't fake. Hey, I'm gonna need somebody over here to check for. And they bring over this big complicated device, and a couple of like nerd dark elves with like glasses and whatnot.
Nerd.
They show up to start examining the head. Fucking real thing. And while they're doing that, though, Caveman Gallo turns back to Callie, and she says in Elven, "Petrifying sword, huh?"
Yeah.
Like eyebrow raise, like, Is that the story you're going with?
That's the story that happened.
She looks at the rest of the party around, behind Callie. She's like, if I asked them, would they back that up?
Yes.
Let's test that.
Is
And then she turns and looks at the rest of the yeah, she's speaking in Elven.
Oh,
but then she
so
turns and
Laria
looks.
can understand.
Yes, but then she turns and looks to the rest of the and she's common. And she says, "Hey, was that head chopped off with a petrifying sword?" Asking to confirm.
I mean, I call him a scimitar, but it's a sword nonetheless.
Well, yeah, that is a scimitar is a sword.
Yeah. So yeah.
So, Callie, I'm gonna need you to make a diplomacy check.
Oh my god, can we have?
Oh, come on! Couldn't I do it? I have a
Can
12.
we have Tim do it so that I can like follow the leader or whatever?
Yeah, you know what? We'll do that. So,
Your Honor, it wasn't a clean cut.
Your Honor,
But
I apologize.
I apologize. It wasn't a clean cut, but I did in fact cut his head off the second time.
Diplomacy check.
Yeah, make a diplomacy check.
Oh, Jesus.
Damn, a 31. Okay.
Just gives like detailing of the sword, just like so it was bent, so it's kind of old.
How after seeing that 31,
but
He starts describing
the cut,
the angle at which she cut the head off, and like the talk about the physics of momentum she used to cut the head off.
Okay.
Why it looks a little bit rickety like that.
Tim, I'm gonna also ask you to make a well, let me ask you a question first and foremost. Do you mention the snake folk or Umber or anything like that? Do you mention them at all as you are explaining cutting off the head with a sword that petrifies things?
He better not.
I mentioned we had to fight through some, I think it was mushroom grunts or something along that line.
Okay.
But other than that, it was pretty straightforward.
Then I am going to need you to also make a deception check in addition.
Can I do that one? He do follow the leader, or he can do this.
Are you trained in deception?
Yeah, I am trained.
I have.
Are you an
+3 to
expert in deception?
An expert?
I think no, I'm not.
It would be
almost,
E and then the number.
Because it requires somebody who is an expert to actually do
Are you an expert?
do that.
I'm not. I have a 3 to deception.
Oh God, bro! Shit.
Rip.
I'm going for it.
I mean, I'm trained in it, but I'm not an expert.
Don't need it.
Okay.
You might need it.
All right. 21. Tim, you as you were describing all of this, Gallo, who, so that you know, Caveman Gallo. Caveman Gallo is wearing like breastplate armor. They have a short sword, which is basically their sidearm, kind of like thing. They are standing, however, though, within like arm's reach of a whole plethora of weapons. But they have a short. And she crosses her arms in front of you as you're going through your like explanation and everything. And as you're like going through everything, you do see like left eyebrow just like ratchet up and then ratchet up a little bit more and like ratchet up a little bit more and whatnot. And then she holds up a hand and she's like, okay, I get you. Can I see the petrifying sword?
No,
I
don't have it currently because this town doesn't let me carry it, so I had to put it somewhere else.
No, they're gonna tell us to take it back. Take it.
Okay, so it's up at the Roosting Gargoyle.
God,
then, right?
Dang it!
No,
I was gonna say we left it there.
Gargoyle.
Then where is it?
It is in my on my companion in the garage.
The garage at the Roosting Gargoyle?
Yeah.
All right, so let me get this straight. You are telling me that you killed this Trollsch, the poacher, with a sword that can petrify targets. And this dangerous magical weapon is not currently locked up.
It's locked in a tank. Though with a giant cannon on top of it. I don't think I needed to lock it up.
Okay, so there's also a giant cannon involved.
I mean, I needed to take out the Trollish somehow.
Look.
This is snowballing really fast.
Yep.
Look. Here's the thing. If you have an item that is a sword that has the ability to petrify targets, that would be extremely dangerous. And I don't know. I kind of, I'm not an expert, but I kind of think magic doesn't work that way. I can contact some experts to find out.
Hi, certified expert here. It do work like that.
Yeah, they're calling.
I feel like even Callie would be like, certified expert in crafting magical items here. Yes, you can in fact do that.
Well, you know what? She's going to call you on your bullshit.
What check do I need to make then?
The check you need to make is DC 5 as you hear the closed and locked.
What kind of check do I need to make?
She's not going to take your word for it. Is what it is. So what she says, she would like all of you to take a seat. They're going to examine the head some more. They're going to send some people up to the Roosted Gargoyle to check in the garage for this tank with a cannon on it that is holding this sword.
You know what? I don't like where this is going. So, deuces.
Can I tap the the panel on fucking Callie's like arm and the one that like activates Mr. Servos? So
Yeah, you can. So you activate.
Okay, so we're gonna roll combat. We're rolling initiative.
Not rolling combat. I'm telling him to get the fuck out of the garage.
Okay, so you're going to send Mr. Servos the command to
leave,
to mobilize and to go back to go hide somewhere.
Find you.
All right,
That's,
so Mr. Servos is gonna
two towns
go
we can't go back
hide.
to.
Very
Ooh.
While Callie is doing that, and I will make a check to see whether or not anybody notices here. But so while that is happening, however, Shadow is in a gang.
I guess in character.
You blink out of sight. What are you doing?
Was Larry informed about this before they went?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
way worse for all of us.
Like if Tim could just be like, "Okay, you caught us. We apologize. We were nervous that if we told you what really happened, you wouldn't trust us anymore."
I'm willing to listen.
Okay.
All right. June is going to say, the truth is, what actually happened is we saw this poacher fighting the snake folk, and they turned him into stone. And once the snake folk left, we realized that we could take his head and turn in the bounty.
That seems more believable. The serpent folk who would have turned the poacher to stone, was there a giant serpent folk with them, or something that looked like a serpent folk?
It was quite large and
snake body.
There were a lot of large ones.
Upper torso like a man, or maybe a woman.
It was kind of reptilian. I don't quite remember if it was. It was large. It was reptilian, and I think it was a she at least.
Mm-hmm.
But we caught the back end of this.
We stayed hidden so that way they didn't attack us.
Last thing we wanted was two sides on us.
All right. Okay. I realize that there's probably more to this story, but as best I can tell, and she looks back to confirm with, her experts, this head is the real deal. And one way or another, the poacher being dead means that you get to collect on the reward. And so I will give you the reward. However, if you are going to stay or return to Vault Chamomile at some point in the future, I'm going to have to ask you to try to not lie to us about even small things here. The serpent folk have caused us a lot of issues in the past. We are a bit jumpy when it comes to that sort of falsehoods and things. The big snake person who you probably saw is not actually a serpent folk, but a lamia that the serpent folk, for some reason, have decided to follow and obey the commands of. The serpent folk are not allowed in Vault Chamomile. If we find them, they will be slaughtered the moment that their presence is made aware to us. So if you have any other dealings with them, this Lamia that controls them, if you walk away from those encounters with your spirits and minds intact, congratulations. But don't bring any more of their shit back into this vault. Is that
Completely
clear?
understand. Yes, ma'am. I mean, understood.
Excellent. So then, let me get you your reward, and then you may go about your day. And then she takes her and her expert take the head back into the back of the building, and then when she comes back a couple of minutes later, she has some like clerks with her, and the clerks bring you guys a chest that is like it's like 15 inches wide. They bring you a chest that is just loaded down with gold coins.
Jesus.
Give it to us, Chief.
And they hand you the chest. They're like, here is 300 friggin' gold.
Let's go.
Bye.
Okay. Phew, that was turning sour real fast.
Yeah, but thanks to you, we handled it.
Out of character, out of character here, do apologize if you were about to say something, Tim. I just
No, completely understand.
I mean, I feel like it'd be in character because I feel like June would be like, okay, we can't let the metal.
Yeah, I was just trying to say like,
the metal.
yeah, I was just like, hey,
say
we didn't actually
something.
kill him. We just saw some other people kill him, and we were like, hey, if we turn in his body for money, like they'd probably believe that more than like, oh yeah, this
I only heard
Lamia
Callie
saved us because
originally why, because I wasn't sure if they would even believe the truth that of what happened. That's why
I don't want to feel like I'm just steering the thing and
No, of
not
course.
guys talk.
You're all good.
You're
that was
good.
You were kind of on the line of what I was gonna say. That was just came in on the tail end.
I do have a quick question though for Swag. Since you like vanished and like tried to like pop out of the building, for the like brief moment that you are concealed by magic, other than like running out the door, do you do anything else?
Are you gonna steal something?
Did we even notice that he left?
You know what? Let me do a perception check to see if there's anything worth stealing.
Yeah,
No.
sure. Make a perception check.
Damn.
Also, I don't take kindly to being called the metal idiot.
Worth
quote unquote worth stealing. Nah, you don't see anything quote unquote worth stealing.
Nah, I guess I'll just chill outside of the building then, just waiting for them to come out.
All right then. So, a few minutes later, everybody's back together outside of the guards. So with all of that said, it is currently 8:30 p.m. So we'll have to get to the end. I am, however, going to call for a brief break because the game station has to go take a piss.
Same.
So everybody take a bio break.
BRB.
4 or 5 minutes.
Understandable.
No, I just saw like I'm gonna need y'all to sit down. I'm like, I can't because I've got weapons still on me, so fuck this.
Yeah.
And the last thing I need is
understandable.
Yeah, and again, sorry. The only reason why I spoke up before you is just because I just like thought like not metagaming here, but like I have the better like deception or lying stat.
Oh no,
You know,
it's fine. It's fine. I totally think it'd be in character though for June to be like, okay, well,
yeah,
it's going sour. I might need to like, like act here, make sure we don't all get killed or whatever. Like I said, Callie
no,
only originally lied
right back.
because she didn't know whether or not they believed even the truth
just
anyway.
I want everybody to have moments to shine too.
Yeah, understandable. Petrifying sword.
There was like very little left. Yeah, I could take the trash out. I go throw my coat. I'll see you ask your sister. She asked me for everything. Oh, she did. Oh, she never did. Wow, shit. She usually does.
All right. Wayfinder.
Tim is now the proud owner of Wayfinder.
Yeah. Which one? Which Wayfinder is it? Just like the base Wayfinder?
Yeah, standard issue.
I got you. Okay, cool.
The standard issue Wayfinder. You'll
Also,
want to
I am gonna
want to
try
upgrade to a fashionable Wayfinder. Cam.
100%. Yes, sir.
Wayfinder.
Look, we all just got 50 gold pieces. That might be what I do.
He's getting a
50 gold pieces, you said?
Nah.
yeah, because
Yeah, because it was 300 split 6.
Okay.
Also, I recognize, I think I've been playing Tim before. I was playing Tim as the robot idiot. But I think I'm gonna,
Johnny's
I
taking
think
the
I am
trash
going
out, so
to,
we'll be
since
right
I
back.
increased his intelligence, I think I'm gonna start
Johnny!
playing him a little smarter.
he got the
We
brawn
can
upgrade.
we can wait
the
on
connotation's
Johnny a couple
probably
minutes
not
here.
gonna go away though. Callie's still probably gonna think you're an idiot, regardless.
100%.
Callie's one of those people where it's like, if you make the impression that you are an idiot, then the impression is never gonna go away.
You are an
You
idiot
want to make a
forever
good
until
impression with her, or her opinion of you will remain the same. Poor Metal Man.
me tell me.
Though
I'm proud of us for like talking our situation out of that. Because I just
I was like, do I need to explain to her the logistics of how Callie could
doing
theoretically
boogie.
make a petrifying sword?
Yeah, a petrifying sword is, from their perspective, is just like an absolutely
Yeah,
just like that's bad. Like that's spooky bad for them. Of like, no, bad.
But come on, man, I only killed a bad person with it.
oh, yo, there's
Um,
Eidolon items. Oh, I can get something for 10 or for brick. I mean,
Yes.
I
Let's
got
see
50.
here. While we wait on Johnny, I'm going to come over here to
Johnny,
the dynamic lighting layer, and I'm going to turn off the dynamic lighting for the map. You guys are still on. So you can see the rest of the dungeon.
There we go. Oh, I see.
Yeah, so y'all can see the part y'all didn't get to actually like splunk through.
There's for Eidolon. There's only on this. I might be not looking at the right one, but there's only 4 Eidolon items, and the lowest level is 7.
Oh
And
damn!
it
I was
just
like,
increases the distance.
Yeah, they're pretty expensive, and there's not like a lot.
Yeah.
oh, so there was a front door to that place, huh?
Yeah.
Yep, there was a front door. There's little side caves, that sort of thing.
Dang, there was a
The back had the portal chamber and like the actual like treasure room. But yeah, So with we don't really need Johnny here for this, but with you guys taking care of that and dishing out gold and all that sort of stuff, it is easy enough to say that you guys go back to the roosting gargoyle in order to call Mr. Servos out of hiding. And he's just like over
He's just over
he's like over in a little alcove, like holding up a potted plant himself.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys get back up there, can again rest before y'all head back towards the surface. So then everybody would, or if you are not healed back up to full yet, you get to return hit points to yourself of 6 times whatever your con modifier is.
Do we still count as? Oh yeah, it is 6.
Yeah, because you've got access to the to the bathing stuff here.
I'm still not at full.
Okay.
Are you? You're taking
Well,
2 rests
there's going to be one day mushroom back up to the surface.
I'm at 55. My max is 58, so I'm just like 3 under. It's fine.
Damn.
Yeah, I got big health now.
Well, I mean, I got big health too, but
Yeah. So at which after that healing, that also makes June only like 3 off from full. Okay.
About 9 away from full health.
Okay. So it does take once y'all actually get traveling, it does take like 2 days essentially to travel the Mushroom Road back up to the surface. So there is one day that you guys have to pause and sleep overnight.
I forgot to ask. Can I put on the mask and for 10 minutes and ask it in Aklo? What was the question I needed to ask? Like, what is my heritage?
Ask about an ancestor.
Oh,
you can ask it. Yeah, you can ask it about any ancestor of which you are.
I want to ask about my brother. I don't want to ask in Aklo.
All right. What do you want to ask it about your brother?
Shit. I should have thought about this first. I want to ask. I want to ask. Oh god, this is a fucking difficult thing to think about. I'm going to. Well, I'll probably just ask first. Just any general question about him, or like.
You can ask it if he ever performed any deeds of worth, quote unquote, whatever the mask defines as worthy is up for debate. Or places that he has been, or about any particular items that.
Has he done anything notable?
According to the mask, which answers back in Aklo, it says that it says hold on a second here. Let me pull up the brother's name. It says Rusi performed a honorable action by fighting against the ancient foe of his people.
Whoa. Let's see.
All right.
Oh my god, it's so fucking cold out there.
It's real burr.
Real burr hours.
Real burr
Real.
hours. All right, I'm going to move you guys to new map.
Real quick, is there any way I could haggle down the pearly white spindle Aeon stone from 60 to 50?
No.
Damn.
Sorry. Hate to see it. All right.
That one heals me 1 HP every minute.
I know, it is pretty boss. Quite honestly.
It's pretty
boss.
Great. I'm gonna
25 degrees outside. Apparently, it feels like 16.
Damn.
Yeah, my hands are a little dark pink.
Hot jeez.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, knowledge
It is. It is, for comparison here, 62 degrees.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
67. Frigid.
Fucking
75.
noise. Alrighty.
Noise.
So-
What? Huh?
All right. So here we have our even more expanded general area map of the places that some of these places you've been. But up here with the little white demarker, this is representative of where the party is. And you guys travel back up the Mushroom Road. There is a brief stop on the second day as you guys are going up the final shaft where as y'all are starting your way up, you meet Dan on the way down, and he is just absolutely flabbergasted and incredibly happy to see that you guys are alive.
Dan.
And you also managed to actually find Miss Torque. He is extremely happy about that.
Yeah.
So yeah, he is very happy and congratulatory of you guys for succeeding and also not dying. So cool. But yeah, he's very glad to see you. When you get back to camp, you are likewise met by Trastram, the blind wizard,
Can I make
who
sure he's not a snake person this time?
Sure, you can make sure that he and the foreman who's there with him and Doc Button and the other guys.
What? I keep forgetting their god's name.
Their gods. Their god's name is Ysidris.
Cow just shouts out, "Ysidris sucks." Any reaction?
From the little chair that he set up in the blind mage, Trastram looks in your direction with a bit of a frown, and he's like, "You're damn right. Ysidris sucks cock."
Yeah.
All right, good.
My man.
It's very good to see all of you back here. Well, see in quotation marks. And he kind of reaches down and pets his service capybara.
Love it.
But yeah, Doc Button is also up here. She has Sirhan with her. He has mostly actually recovered at this point from beating he got from the snake folk and everything else. So he's basically back to stage one. After getting his shit rocked in by the snake folk when they came in and abducted Torque. Torque is of course very happy to see that he is in fact okay and continuing to recover and all of that. But yeah, they're there to greet you guys as you come back in, and y'all start filling each other in on what's been going on. Norman is quite happy to see Callie because he wants to keep her up to date on the stuff that's going on with the with the workshop, they have managed to clear at this point all of the vegetation from the area that the thing is going to do. So the next stage, which will take up probably like the next week or so, is they're going to start leveling the ground, taking out like the big stumps and large rocks and that sort of shit. But he's just keeping you up to date on where they're at in the construction phase. But they've got that all cleared out, and they have worked with the homesteaders to also clear out like some additional area for like fields and just having clearance around the building, since talking about building a forge and other stuff that could easily catch fire. So they're essentially just doing their due diligence and all that. But yeah, so they go through all of that sort of stuff. You guys get back up to the surface. I'm going to close this tab and this tab. I'm going to switch from Vault Chamomile to the next location. My notes. All right.
Pebble and stuff.
All right. So, just so you guys are aware, by the way, when you do make it back to the surface, it is September 12th.
Nice.
Yeah. So, now the next place that the party most likely is going to be going from here in order to like help, Callie like figure out the whole like shit that went on with parents and the associated murder and all of that sort of jazz, is to go back to Callie's hometown where that hometown is a town runoff. Town is in like quotation marks. It's more like a shanty collection of buildings next to a quay and a whole bunch of like junkyards and stuff like that. It's more of a vaguely separated trash heap township. But either way, it's like 260 miles away from where you guys are.
I'm buying a car. Forget it.
So there are a couple of possible ways to get there. There's one way that is just hands down beach, which is essentially you guys book passage on a sailing ship that's heading down the route, and they just let you off at runoff. But technically speaking, you do have some other options. You could just walk. There is a road that you could follow that eventually gets there. But if you did that, just a cursory glance over, talking to the homesteaders and whatnot, you can tell that that's going to be a time 20 days on foot. And you would end up covering something like 300 to like 380 to 4 on foot. So you could spend 20 days walking there, or you could spend 8 days on a boat. Now, purchasing passage, of course, you'll have to figure out what that is. But you could go to either Harham, Whitford, one or the other, and jump on one of the many plentiful sailing ships, the torrential sea, in order to like just hop off when it gets near runoff. So that's extremely easy. So what I'm going to go ahead and ask now, particular reason that anybody doesn't want to go ahead and move towards that. Is there anything y'all want to do before heading out the door, jumping on a boat, and going to runoff?
No, I think I might.
No, I think I'm good too.
Oh, wait. One very important thing.
Mm-hmm.
Gloria, are you coming with us?
No.
Tim's heartbroken.
This this was a except for the part when we're in the city at the end, and I guess also the part with the like floating head things. This was kind of fun, really. Um, but I'm ready for a break from that. I want to get back to looking after stuff at the camp, and I want to make sure that the people who are here, because there's a bunch of new people. I want to make sure that they are safe,
Yeah.
because there there's that big turtle thing up at the lake.
Honestly, she probably could solo that one too as well.
Honestly, she could.
Honestly.
Honestly, she could grab that thing and just fucking throw it into next week.
I think what Callie would say is like, well, if you do end up fighting that turtle, make sure to bring its hide back because I still need to make some clothes for you, and that'd be a good source of clothes.
Yeah, that would be. If it comes up, I will try to make sure to keep some of it. But
All right.
I I am really grateful that you guys, went after Torque to help her, and I'm really grateful that you put up with me for this last little bit. Um, I don't remember very much of what happened in Vault Chamomile because I was taking a lot of medicine, so things are kind of blurry. But um, I want you guys to know that I really appreciate that. But I'm I think I'm kind of topped off for how much excitement now.
Ah.
So I'm going to stay here, but I want you guys to come back when you can. I hope that you find out whoever did that stuff to your family, Miss Callie. I hope you find them and you make them pay for that.
Callie's smile is like really big, toothy smile.
And
Oh.
also, uh, I really want to um uh, I really want to make sure that like you guys come back, kind of sort of especially Tim, but I want you guys to come back because I get lonely after a little while, but and she kind of like looks over at Torque. Torque just nods to her, and Gloria continues, like, but this is kind of like when Torque does um her grocery runs and goes down to Harlem or whatever for a couple of weeks to take care of that. So that's not like unusual for me, but I do get lonely, and when you can come back when you're done with that, come back and let let me know what happened. uh I would like to hear the stories about it.
Oh.
But you guys be safe, and I will be here when you get back, and I will make sure that everything is good while you guys are gone, and so when you get back, it'll all still be here, and maybe the maybe the people who are building the workshop will um, be ready to start actually the buildings, I don't know how that works, but um, I am interested to see how it turns out. So, yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that I'll 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 watch stuff here while you go take care of things that you got to do.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Mhm.
Torque
June's
does
coming back.
Torque does confirm she's coming with you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
June was about to hug Gloria, and then she stops. Like, no, you're not.
Well, Callie's gonna
Torque.
hug
Mm.
her. Giving her
I
the
Okay,
big
am.
hug.
yeah.
Even
I
though,
was about to say
even
like
though that
June
hug
was
is
like in
gonna
the
be
middle of
like,
like hugging Gloria when she says like she's not gonna uh like leave Gloria hanging out, like, group hug Gloria, everybody group hug Gloria, but um
Group hug.
Group
I
hug.
imagine Gloria would give the best group hug.
Oh yeah,
Oh
'cause
man.
she can practically grab every one big
Hmm.
circle of arms and like she can crush you down into like a cube. Foot. Um,
She can
Tim
make
yeah,
that
Rush.
Wizard Money Gang's head square.
yeah, but she hugs everybody. Uh, after she lets go, like Torque looks at June and she's like, "Yes, I am. I am coming with you."
Torque, you just got back. We just rescued you.
Do you think I'm going to like stick around here and let you go wander off into the great yonder and just hope that you come back? No. Plus, also, like you, and obviously, of course, the rest of you, and very specifically, Callie came down to rescue me. It would be bad, honestly, for me to not help her in this like endeavor. Plus, also, runoff is what 8 or 9 days on a boat or something like that. Not that.
Oh
I
Um,
like how sassy she is about it.
yeah.
Yeah, no, like
I know, like she's got like both hands on her. You're
yeah,
not
no,
talking me
they're
out
like
of it.
While she's talking,
yeah,
Tim's just holding Gloria's
yeah.
hand.
June just like kind of exasperated. So like, I do you know how broken up I was when I found out that they took you? I couldn't forgive myself if we brought you along and you got hurt again.
I understand that, June, but like, first of all, I'm a big girl, and I was basically raised on the so I know how to travel. I know how to do these things. I'm not a damsel, okay? Uh, you're not a damsel. I'm not a damsel. Neither of us like playing that. So
Looks at Tim, damsel.
Tim will play damsel 100%.
but uh, look, I look on one hand, I feel also kind of like like I got forced into that role, and then like you, so part of it is yeah, I do want to I do want to show my worth, but also I do want to help Callie with this. It's obviously very important to her, and I would just be kind of an ass to having got my butt saved, and then here she is going on something that's so important to her, and I just choose to like hang out here. Uh, Look, I love Gloria. I really do like the camp setup that we have here. I love our neighbors, and I do really want to return to this place and like have sort of like process things, but also like if you weren't here, and even if all of that stuff, like, wasn't, I would be fraught with concern, and I would have no one but my own inside of my head talk to about what the hell happened to me and what I went through. So I'm coming with you, if for no other reason, talk to you about it and like hold your hand and shit, because that makes me feel better.
June just sighs and says, "Yeah, that does sound like it'd be better. I know you are a big girl, more ways than one, but
Hmm.
Have you seen these hips?
I just don't want you to feel like you owe any of us a debt because we saved you. I do get why you feel the way you do. It would be pretty frustrating. I just want you to be safe because, like, she, like, and then she, like, holds her hand and she says, like, I care about you.
Well, I mean, that's mutual. And I'm not staying here. I know that you're going into a situation that has the potential for danger. I understand that and I accept that. But I'm not going to let you walk in there when I have the ability to help. I'm not going to let Callie walk into, a place that is obviously something that holds a lot of like very dark, negative memories without somebody to like hold a light up and to be there and just, be positive. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to come with you guys with the support that I can, because that's the right thing to do. That is the thing that my dad would want me to do. Plus, I mean, and she kind of like looks over at Callie and she's like, I don't mean this in a bad way or anything, Callie, but like, your parents are dead, right? I just to confirm, right?
Seamus in the back is like, damn.
The Callie like looks at her, is like, yeah, they're gone. They're never coming back. I'll never get to see them again.
Well, I mean, I am really sorry for that, Callie, and I wasn't the case. I haven't seen my folks in several years now, but I hope to eventually, see them again sometime soon, and that's not an option really that you have available, and that makes me feel like shit. But the reason that I ask that is because I know this hasn't really like come up a lot since I met you guys, but like ever since I was small, I have had I've had ghosts talk to me. I can hear spirit. And I mean, if you're going to a place where like a terrible, I've got the skills, I've got the talent that could help here in more ways than just being a hand to hold. So like, look, I'm not going to take I'm not going to take no from
Callie like looks at her and is like, well, I wasn't opposed to the idea anyway, so.
I was gonna
Well,
say them.
Wasn't either.
Love having Torque along. Love having Torque along.
well,
Party don't start.
And Torque, you know, kind of like they're on my side. You know, but like in a comical way.
We agree with you. We want her safe, but I mean, she's got a whole party at her back.
That, I mean, hell, that is another thing. I mean, like, how more safe, honestly, could I be? You know, with you guys.
Robot, giant tank.
I'm pretty sure she's way better at
scribe,
occultism than Larry is.
gun dog.
So.
Tiny little.
Yeah.
Did you just call them all dog?
Gun dog.
He is the gun doge.
Gun dog.
But yeah, Torque has got related skills that would be highly fucking useful. And you know, she just points out the fact that she's not, you know, useless by any stretch, nor is she defenseless by any stretch. She is very good at occultism, and obviously her superpower, really, truly, is bardic lore. Which that's an absolutely shitty roll. That's a shittier roll. Okay, that's vague.
Yeah.
But technically, she can use bardic lore to recall knowledge on literally any topic. She's not exactly Google, but like she's not far off either. So yeah, she needs to re-up on like some of her equipment stuff, but otherwise, she's ready to go. And well, if you're going into, she does, however, suggest as far as exit, we should probably set sail Harham versus like say Whitford, if for no other reason than the fact that like bounty, but not one in Harham. So
yeah, Torque got a little bit of a brain.
June just like kind of squeezes Torque's hand a bit and just kind of looks her in the eye and says, I just want you to be sure that you're doing this for you and not out of any sense of guilt or duty to us.
Oh, trust me, June. Guilt is not the emotion that is being on. I mean, you know, if I'm being honest, and I realize that this is perhaps maybe a little stereotypical, you know, being Dromar and everything, but like, if McLeach wasn't dead, I would be stabbing him right now if I had the. So like, there's a little bit of pent up anger.
June like cuts her off like that at that point and just like kisses her.
Let's go.
And
Tim can't kiss Gloria, but you know,
and Torque
feelings there.
Like there's a hair's like breadth of a pause, and then she kisses June back. But then when she pulls back from June, she kind of like tilts her head and like presses her forehead up against June's, and she says, you don't have to worry about me feeling guilty. I feel a little bit angry, and it's going to take some time to process through that. I feel honestly a little fragile, and you know, if I'm being selfish, I would really rather process that with, you know, someone that I feel very good about nearby. So, you know, if I use you as like a teddy bear for a couple of nights or whatever, you know, that's going on. Plus also like, you know, I mentioned this to Tim way back in Harham, but I'm pretty sure that if we're like selling all the way down to Runoff, that, and I've never even been down that far south. If we're going there, then that means that at some point probably we won't be able to see the land, and I might again get a little handsy, just FYI. Deep water kind of like scares me.
June just kind of half laughs and says, "Oh, I've told you before. You are far from fragile." And if this makes you feel better,
be like, guys, murdered parents and everything. We got to.
yeah. Yeah, June kind of turns, sees like she's like rubbing foreheads with Torque over here, like off the side, the whole party's here, and she just kind of gently pushes Torque back a bit, still,
Yeah.
And
Tim's just enjoying the drama, eating some popcorn.
We're going to go around in
Shoving it
circles
against
if we
his
don't
face.
get moving. So, yeah, Callie brings up a good point. Okay. Let me grab a few things from camp, and I'm pretty much ready to go. So if you are otherwise good, then let's get moving, because it's going to take, like a day and a half to get back to Harham. And then we'll have to find a boat that is heading south. So
That's good.
Let me go grab my stuff.
That's good, because don't you
No.
have to deliver something in Harem? June?
Yeah, I would actually, it actually is better for me to stop at Harem, because I have a small errand to run, deliver a parcel, so to speak, and while everybody's getting a boat, I can do that and settle that matter before we leave.
Excellent. All right then. So, Torque does in fact go grab a few things. He does have a short, like, parting conversation with Sirhan, mostly in Orcish. But she's essentially just letting him know, like, that she's going to be heading out with you, be back in a week or two or whatever, that kind of like thing, and she hopes that that he continues to heal, and that he'll still be around when they get back and whatever, catch him up on what's going on, yada yada yada, that kind of stuff. But otherwise, Torque is going to have to pick up some new equipment, so that will be something that I will handle in between sessions later on. So there will, during the brief stop in she will be picking up some new gear. But other than all that, once the party is ready to roll, then off to Harham you go. And on this map here that we are on Roll20, you can, if you grab the ruler, you can see that I have set up distances and everything.
Whoa, that's pretty sick.
Go.
For where you're going. So yeah, so like this map is, just for reference, is basically 1,500 miles east to west, and about 780 to 800 or so north south. So yeah, we are otherwise good to go, and you guys are going to get on a boat and sail.
I forgot to ask, how long downtime wise does it take to learn a lore skill?
For the lore books that you picked up, the way that works is they're actually like magic items. It requires that you have the book on you, and that you can invest, like you do with a, you can invest in one lore book per point of intelligence modifier that you have. If Callie's got a +4 intelligence, then Callie can invest in up to 4 lore books. And so long as she has the book physically on her, then she is trained in that lore skill. So you can add that lore skill to her sheet and put her trained in so long as you actually have the book on you.
Can
as far as
question.
the learning, that takes 2 weeks.
All right. Well, then I'll. So if I just have the book on me, I become trained in that lore, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so I don't need to spend like downtime to learn it.
No, the concept is that like during downtime, you're just like flipping through the book and that kind of stuff. So you're like sort of passively absorbing it.
Okay.
You don't actually have to spend an action or anything to do.
Okay. Well, then I'll spend like the entire time. I'll spend the entire time like working on learning Undercommon then.
Okay. So before
I also.
Mhm.
Sorry, I just have one question. How
Yeah.
long would it take for somebody else to teach a language to another person without like a book or anything?
Like 2 weeks.
Would Callie be willing to teach Tim Aquan?
Well, she can't.
Well,
while she's also that is.
Oh yeah, good point.
Oh.
Never mind then. That'll be later on thing.
Yeah, later on thing. I'll do that. I want to learn Undercommon though.
Okay.
Yeah, just the only reason I ask is because if we're going to be conversating with people in runoff, then having having 12 diplomacy in Aquan is probably pretty useful.
Well, actually, just as a side thing, as we are kind of sort of beginning to bring in stuff from the master version of Pathfinder 2nd Edition, it does mean that the names of certain things, certain terms are shifting around. So technically, Aquan isn't a language anymore. Now what they have is they have Aquas, which is the water dialect for the elemental language, which is called. So you would need to know one, and if you know one, then you can actually speak the earth, water, fire, and air languages all together. But you would just need to learn the one language of one.
Understandable.
Is that what Azurketi speak?
Some Azurketis do. Most Azurketi will speak common, or they will, if they're the Azurketi that tend to
probably
common or whatever the other local humanoid language. Yeah. The other thing that Azurketi speak, the other like big language amongst them actually, is ASL, which instead of American Sign Language is Azurketi Sign Language.
Forget that. I'm learning that. I'm learning the Azurketi Sign Language.
That one actually requires a feat specifically.
Oh. I'm thinking, what's that feat called?
When you sign language,
is it a skill feat?
Yeah, it's a feat, just called when you have the option to take it, you can take that feat, and then boom, you can speak sign language.
I might take that next level up.
Yeah. So otherwise, you guys travel to Harham. Harham is much like it was last time the party was here. It is a big, bustling port city. June will need to make a diplomacy check in order to make contact with the trade and do her part for that. So she will need to make a
Diplomacy.
Can I be of assistance? You don't need it.
Bing
Never
bang.
mind.
Yeah, June is actually pretty damn good at diplomacy.
June's got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so that is critically succeed, which means June gets a bonus.
Oh, okay.
So
Damn.
June,
Woo. Oh, June.
they pay you an additional
Additional
What
what?
was that a cutoff?
7 gold.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
That's not
Is that 19 in total, right?
Yeah.
Wow. I guess that I guess like that kind of like bookkeeping stuff that she did in service of the Empire kind of came in handy, so to speak, with the like both like helping Jobos or what I can't remember. Sorry,
Jobj.
Jobs. Yeah,
I'm gonna remember that
like helping
forever.
him kind of like tidy up his resume, so to speak, and also to like find like the best market, I guess.
Oh yeah, and you've definitely given him access to make a shit ton of money off of this trade deal. So which he will remember that, should it
Little
later on.
little telltale signs.
And
Jobs will remember
I will
that.
go ahead and tell you, is a premium source of magical bullets. So he will probably always have magical bullets, and they will only get strong.
Damn. Okay.
All right. So let's see here. So in Harham, while June is handling that, you guys need to find and then book passage on a boat that is heading south. So thankfully, this being the huge hub that it is, if you're in Harham, the only direction you can go is south, down the Torrential Sea. It's really easy to find one that is leaving like literally within the next like 12 hours. So as far as passage is concerned, per person, the cost of passage is 30 silver and 6 copper, or 3 gold and 6 copper.
3 gold, 6 copper.
Yep, and that is per person. And as I mentioned to Sir previously, Mr. Servos counts as in this particular instance.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Yeah. Okay. Really
they don't charge you anything for Mr. Trimmers.
Oh, I was gonna.
Yeah.
If they were, I was just gonna be like, put them in tattoo form anyway.
We did go to Harham, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just real quick, I wanted to pick up a depth charge. It's a 5 magic item. It's a bullet.
We are never getting to my hometown. This is never gonna happen.
No. Wait, it was just a quick pickup thing. We're still going. I was just letting them know that I spent some money.
Okay, you pick up a depth charge.
It's just you load it into a gun and you can shoot normally underwater.
Yeah. All right. So you pick up a depth charge because that's hilarious. But you guys find a boat. You book passage. You get on the damn boat, and the boat heads south. So, thankfully for you guys, most is uneventful. However, there are some events. There is, in fact, actually an extremely bad storm that rolls in after you guys have been on sail for about 4 days. That weather is enough to throw off the times. Instead of it 8 days to get there, it takes 10 days. So on the 10th day that y'all get there, the boat, by the way, does not stop at Runoff. What they do is they weigh anchor. They load you guys into a couple of rowboats. Some sailors row you guys over to the shore at Runoff, and then they row back to the boat, and then the boat keeps going.
Honestly, that does sound pretty efficient.
Yeah.
Their ultimate down here in Tutbury, so like that's where they're ultimately going. So they just pause by Runoff, so you guys can hop off, and then they keep going. But yeah, when this happens, though, when you guys actually pull up to Runoff, it is very late in the evening. The sun is already down, and as you guys get pulled up to the quay, I'm going to switch us to the town map of Runoff. So here we are on the town map of Runoff.
Let's go.
And they drop you off here at the quay before they head back to the boat. But when they drop you off here, it is dark. It is late, and the town, such as it is mostly dark. It is just a dark, indistinct mound of buildings that are here. It's here on the shore. There are a few lights on. However, there is the brightest lights come from this large building over here, which there's even a little sign that points over in that direction that says Dock Masters. And that is essentially the local inn. So that place has lights on and everything like that. But the rest of town, dark and quiet. As fog is rolling in.
False hiding.
So as the rowboats leave you behind on the long quay that leads into Runoff town proper, down at the end of the quay, like where it meets the actual town and little roads and buildings and stuff like that, down at that far end, you do see a light pop up that starts to wobble around and shake kind of back and forth, like somebody's carrying a lantern or whatever. That is shuffling down this street towards the quay. But that's the only sign of life that is here, other than as the other boats just vanish into the darkness to go rejoin with the big boat.
Probably a good idea to go to the inn.
Yeah, boogie.
Mm-hmm.
Is it normally this
So we
bustling,
don't get
Callie?
moited.
What?
Is it normally this bustling, Callie? Do you remember?
She looks into her memory. It's yeah.
She's basically asking if it's normally this deserted at night.
Callie looks at her. Is yeah. You don't usually want to go out at night. Very dangerous.
Why is that?
Well, you got the gangs, you got the wild animals, you got everything in between those two.
There's a jingle jangle coming from the light.
We got a boogie.
All right, to the inn it is.
All right. You guys to the Dock Masters. So you guys to the end of the quay and then shuffle on down the side. And as you are shuffling over towards the Dock Masters, there at the intersection that you have left behind, where the quay meets the shore, you see a very tall, extremely gaunt figure kind of emerge in the fog with the light. The light is just sort of bobbing up and down in front of their head. They're not holding anything, at least that you can tell, in their arms. It's the light's just kind of bobbing right there. And they do turn and look in your direction as you guys are moving down, and you just see a flash of when you shine a flashlight out at night, you catch an animal reflected eyes. Imagine that, except the eyes are dinner plates.
Oh.
as as whatever this thing is, like looks over in your direction, very briefly, as you guys pull into the more lit area that is around the Dockmaster's Inn. The Dockmaster's Inn, even lit up, it is by no means bustling or loud or anything like that. Very different from the Roosting Gargoyle that y'all were in just, a week ago, a week and a half ago, actually. This place is about as dead as any inn that you have ever come across. There is a couple of lanterns which are set inside of main room, and there's a couple of tables with chairs and whatnot. A couple of those chairs have people in them. There is a large Azarketi man who is standing behind the counter, who is currently wiping stuff down with a cloth as you guys come in, and he looks up and tosses the cloth over his shoulder, and he waves a hand with his big webbed fingers and one, and just kind of waves at you guys and is like, "Welcome to Dockmasters. What brings you folks in so late?"
I feel like
I'll be right back.
Callie would respond back in Aquan, and she'd say, "Well, we were supposed to be here a couple days earlier, but the storm held us up on the boat."
He responds in Azarketi accented Aquan. He says, "Yeah, it was a hell of a blow that came." Wait a minute. Do I know you?
Huh.
You seem real familiar, lass. What's your name?
Callie. Callie Phoenix.
No shit.
Yeah.
Well,
Hoorah.
I'll be damned. You're alive.
Well,
Hey, which that means, and he switches back to common, and he looks at Shadow Wizard Money Gang, and he's like, "That means that little fucker underneath the hood there is that Conrasu guy."
Yeah, that would be the Conrasu, yeah.
It's been a long time, so it doesn't. After you took off with Callie here, I had a running bet with another fellow that you were gonna just, use her as spell. The fact that she's alive and you're still here and back in town is not any parameter of that bet that went down. But I guess that means I owe that couple copper. Well, I would, but he's dead. So
it's a good way to get out of a deal, if you say me.
Well, Callie, this isn't the way that I ever imagined we'd see each other again, but damn, girl, look at you. You're yeah, I barely have to look down at you now. You've gotten so big. How old are you now?
Callie looks up and is 16, 17. I mean, I don't really remember that. I'm not able to keep track that well.
That tracks. It has been about 10 years now?
Yeah, it's been
wow.
About that time.
Huh. Well, clearly you're too big to fit back in the space bunk you in way back then, but if you wanna get a room, I got some spares. It's not like we've got hopping business right now.
Do Do you have stables or a garage or something?
Yeah, there's a garage. Got built a little bit after you took off. You got mounts or something to put in?
Hmm.
Well,
You could say
you
that.
could say amount, yes.
Wait, did we bring Mr. Servos with us?
Yeah,
Did he even fit on the boat?
We did.
Oh yeah. Mr. Servos got charged
He got
to ride the
charged, so
boat.
he's with us.
He got
Yeah.
charged admission. He better be here.
Yeah, he had a fucking ticket and everything.
I-
So but yeah, he lets you know that there's a garage around back. If you've got mounts, you can go park them back there.
It'd be really funny because I'd imagine Callie walk in Mr. Service back there, be like, "They got a garage this time now. Remember when I used to keep you hidden in the little closet cubby space underneath the room we used to live in?"
No.
Wait, are you telling me you still got that thing with you?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
And he's.
It's not going to start any more fires, is it?
Oh no, I've perfected it this time. I've perfected it.
That's what you told me the 5th time.
Well, this time he's not made out of junk. That's the difference.
All right, if you say so. If anybody could have fixed that thing, it'd be you.
This is too dang sweet.
So the
Tim's
rest of
modems
you,
getting clogged.
my name is give me a second. I gotta flip back over to the dude's name.
Gotta look at the back of the underwear.
Nunatak is this guy's name. But he says, my name's Nunatak. Callie and I guess you could say we go back a ways. I don't know if you guys know anything about her history, but way back when, the poor girl was an orphan here and run off, and I let her stay here at Doc Masters. I had a spare closet that I cleaned out and set her up with a place to sleep and keep knickknacks, that kind of thing. Nothing big or grandiose, but I couldn't stand to see her out on the streets. Things weren't exactly like they are. It wasn't great. So I couldn't have slept at night knowing that there was a child without nobody else in the world to look after her, just sitting outside. So if you guys are friends of Callie's, then you are friends of mine, and I welcome you to my inn. I don't I don't think I can really argue giving you a discount though on lodging or anything. Like I said, business ain't great. But don't worry about paying it right now. We can handle that later if it comes up. For right now, I've got rooms. I've got plenty of rooms. So if you want to, get yourself settled and sit down for some food or whatever, I've got a few things I can set out for you. Are you any of you folks got any like allergies with seafood or anything?
I'm definitely allergic to shellfish.
Right. If that's gonna be a no, then
I'll be right back.
yeah. Yeah, just get yourself settled on, which is exactly what he does. After you guys are otherwise settled and he's showing you where the rooms are and all that sort of stuff, Nenatuk brings out some very hearty fish stew and sets you guys up at a table and
Callie's eyes kind of like brighten up a little bit with like the the stew. He's like, do you still make it the same way you used to make it?
No, actually, I've improved.
And then she kind of like her smile gets a little bigger. There's like stars in her eyes.
It took a few years, but I wife's recipe. I don't honestly think it tastes quite like it did when she made it, but pretty close. So, Callie, what the hell brings you back to Runoff?
Well, that's a bit complicated, isn't it?
Well, since when is anything not complicated?
Well, I was drawn back, I guess, because, well, I found out more, I guess should say, about what happened to my parents that night.
Well, fuck. Do you feel like talking about it? Because I would be interested to know what you know.
Well, I guess I should, because it would help, I guess, in getting all the information we got, kind of not jumbled together, but, well, what, she kind of, like, rubs her, like, glass on her, like, helmet. She's like, where do I start? Well, I guess we came across this information when we had a sort of a run-in with some snake people, I would say. And
okay.
Well, they had the ability to doppelgang or disguise themselves as other humanoids, and well, that kind of jogged my memory a little bit, and a bit of my worry about that, and so I asked a magical item whether or not those lizard people might have been responsible for their deaths, not knowing still after all these years, really. And it told me that it was not them. But it did, however, told me that they worked with the people that killed them at some point in the past. And then eventually we managed to wrestle out some answers from one of them. And one of them told me that it was a group called the Bleak Reef. And that
the moment those words enter the air in this in room, the lantern that is hanging up above you guys, which is like hurricane lantern, with oil and all that sort of stuff, which has been burning like nice and strong and bright this entire time, just immediately guts itself and like cuts the light level in here in half. The moment those words, and you see Nanatuck look up at it and look back down at Callie, and he has frankly a haunted look on his face. And he says, I think honestly, that's all I need to hear for right now. Why don't you finish up the meal and get some rest, and maybe we can talk some more about it, in the light of day tomorrow.
Callie kind of like shakes her head and Says, yeah. That would
All
be
right then. Well, you folks enjoy your meal and get some good rest, and well, I'll see y'all in the morning. And then he kind of like turns and looks at a couple of people who are have been hanging around and are very politely acting, conversation and everything. But he raises his voice and he tells them like, "All right, final call. Everybody's got to get out. If you're not sleeping here, you got to go home." So they pack up and head out, eventually leaving just the party and Nanatuck being the only people here in which can hold like 3 times as many people.
Well, I believe I speak for everyone when I say that that was strange.
It is.
Yeah. Torg agrees. Weird
Yeah.
and creepy. I've been
For a group that's been dissolved for about a century, seems like
You still got a lot of sway here.
how's
they're kind of like
how's Callie
like
doing?
boogeymen.
No.
They are, in fact, boogeymen.
Well, we can
At
take
least
more on
they're-
this after we get some rest.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Beep boop beep boop.
All right. I need Mr. Servos to make a perception check.
Oh man.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Alright, please don't fail me. Not bad, not terrible.
Okay.
Not good either though. It's alright.
Yeah, not good. Okay.
Zero
So,
point?
Mr. Servos doesn't have hero point.
No, he doesn't.
Well, you know what? Callie does not receive Mr. Servos that anything is wrong throughout the night. But yeah, in the morning, it is weirdly cold when you guys get up. It has been steadily getting like colder, and ever since the storm blew through, temperature has definitely headed south. It is fully now into the fall season, so like we have transitioned like legally into the fall, and it has come in with like a cold. So it is chilly outside, but it's not like dangerously bad or snowing or anything like that. It's notably cold outside.
Mhm.
But in the morning, Nanatuck gets up, lights a fire in the hearth so that it is, a little bit warmer in here than it is outside. And he serves you guys leftover fish stew for
No.
breakfast. So he brings all that up, and he tells Callie that he's not expecting, like more customers really, honestly, to show up, but he's gonna just sort of like clean up around the inn. So if you want to talk to him or anything like that, he's going to be here all day. He does mention specifically that if you, he says to Callie, like if you want to catch up with Ismus, she's still over at Sea Cows. So
Callie's like ears kind of perk. Like, Sister Issy.
yeah,
Oh.
she's well, she's not a barmaid anymore. Owns the place now, but yeah, she's you'll find her over at Sea Cows. Honestly, I'm trying to think if there's anything I should tell you about, but off my top of my head, I can't think of anything. Just, while you're out and about, if you start asking questions to people, if you bring up, what you did last night, people might get defensive about it, so be careful while you're out there. But otherwise, good luck.
Thank you.
All right. So, breakfast served and everything. Where would Callie like to go?
I mean, I don't think she would want to go to her house immediately, but I think I had too many bad memories. Maybe, yeah, she probably would take his suggestion and go see Isthmus at the Sea Cow's armpit.
Okay.
And then, like,
so
she's walking, like, as they're walking down the street, he's like telling everyone, he's like, you guys might want to like keep all your items close by. There's people like probably gonna try and steal them.
All right.
Good to know.
So, in the light of day, the town, again in quotation marks, of Runoff is not pretty looking. This area here, the like quay and dock and everything like that, this is reasonably actually pretty well put together. But every time you get a glimpse in between the buildings out to the like greater area of the town, you can see in the distance just like multiple stories high piles of junk. There are just junkyards in every direction that you look. Specifically to the south town as the whale yard, there are a bunch of beached ships which are in multiple stages deconstruction. So you've got a bunch of ship ribs just kind of like sitting out there like very large skeletons, not actual like whale skeletons, but skeletons of boats. There is smoke coming from the kiln down here, so that is up and business. But all of the like buildings and whatnot that you do like catch a glimpse outside of like or like tan colored section. There are no churches in this area. Callie would know that there used to be a house worship over in the Copper Star area, which is also the area where home is located, where most of the like population of the town lives.
I'm back.
Yeah, and I feel like one of the big reasons why she probably remember that is because a bunch of the robed guys that worked there would throw stones at her.
Yeah, but yeah, there's specifically this triangular
stones this
like
time.
shaped building right there that is a house of worship. But the rest of this, though, in this area, this is mostly businesses. They are only like half open as you guys get out onto the streets and alleyways. True to its name, every single one of these little alleyways has a smelly, fetid, like runoff stream that is just flowing down back into the ocean. That are half choked with trash and various detrituses.
I feel like Callie would start clutching on the like Dr. Tremors a bit, because like all the bad memories would start flowing back to
Yeah, it is not nice.
Can I do a perception check?
You only see a couple of people walking around. Sure. What are you doing a perception check for?
Threats.
Sure.
Thing. People are like
Sure.
giving us weird looks. I guess more specifically, people are giving looks to Callie or just us in general. I figure probably us in general because we're a weird group.
You know, you are the largest gang of. Give me a perception check for threats. Okay, so Tim, being the vanguard, possible threats that are abound around you. Let's see here. Let me tell you what this thing looks like.
Oh, it's a thing. Uh-oh.
All right, this
That thing's gonna get unloaded on.
Okay, so your 24 is enough to catch a bit of movement in an unusual place, as you see something like almost man-sized jump clear across a road from like one side to the other, from rooftop to rooftop. It looks, for all intents and purposes, like a frog, except that the frog is wearing clothing and also has like satchels and bags and whatnot that are like strapped across it. But it is there and gone again, like in a flash. And as you are like, looking over in that direction of like where you caught the bit of movement, you notice that on the ground in that alleyway where you saw that movement at, slowly coming down one of those like slow sludgy stream, is a dead rat, and that dead rat is currently being ridden by a live rat that is like standing on its like back paw.
Swear to God, it's the same rat that we saw.
Little piece of like wood in its front paws that it is steering a dead rat that it is using as a raft. As it is slowly approaching you at like literally 1 foot per round, coming down the little stream. But yeah, there's a small rat that is currently standing on a dead rat and paddling with like a fucking stick, like a gondola, down this like filth strewn stream in the middle of a road.
Like out loud, just as bad as I remember it to be.
But yeah, this place, trash. Also weird. But that's really about it. If you stick around
Let's
long
get
enough,
where we're going. I don't want
to. Yeah, if you do stick around long enough,
you'll run into some real trouble. Callie starts
changes direction.
Yeah, Callie probably starts describing all the possibilities of how things could go wrong, standing too hot in the street.
I'll do this.
All right, so the party makes it through town here to a lovely little establishment called the Sea Cow Pit. Across from the Sea Cow's Pit, there is a bit of open space, which has actually, like a little bit of green, actually. But across that greenery, there is a 4-story tall pile of junk and trash. And you can all quite clearly see that in that trash, there are bits and pieces of siege machines and other like mechanical apparatuses that are in there. All things which are very much of Imperial make, and all of which just scream machines of some variety.
Cal, you got some
Rather-
out of like Mr. Service, and he's like, "Remember when I made you out of junk from that pile over there?" And then you
Beep,
get
boop.
back you get like,
Sadly.
beep, boop. Yeah, beep boop.
Beep boop. Sadly.
Beep boop. Sad.
But also, Tim, just as you guys are coming over and get like a a good view of that, you can see in that pile of trash a couple of automaton limbs sticking out. But the sea cow's armpit itself is a low slung building with a sloped roof. That has a like saloon style like swing, and inside the building there's like maybe 3 people that you can quite clearly see from there. But there's like 3 people. 2 of them are sitting at the bar. One of them is at the bar. The is at the bar is a like middle-aged like Azerketi woman who is kind of like heavy set, but she's leaning on the bar, talking to the other Azerketi that are there, like drinking at checks watch 9 a.m. But yeah, when she like turns and like looks casually like in y'all's direction to like see y'all at the door, the moment she sees Callie, she like her eyes go wide. She like perks up, stands up fully, and she comes around the bar in a plows through everybody to like get to Callie, and just throws her arms around Callie and just like scoops her up into the air a little bit.
No.
And she's just like, oh, tell me this isn't a dream. Tell me this isn't a dream.
It's not a dream. I can't breathe.
Okay. Okay. You can't choke dreams to death. Oh.
True.
Oh. 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 Oh, sweet gods. Callie. I thought you were dead. You the last time I saw you, you were being like, admittedly very politely, kidnapped by like some con guy. And then she like slow turns and looks at Swag, gives him like the evil eye for a second, and then turns right back to Callie.
Just returns back with a puzzled look. The fuck was that for?
What was that?
But she turns right back to Callie and she's like, I can't believe this. Lords, I am struck dumb. Come in, please. Take a seat. God, can I get you anything to drink?
Juice.
I don't know if I have any of that, but you know what? I'll check. What about the rest of y'all? Is there anything that you want? This is a bar, by the way. So like booze I've got. Apple juice I'll have to check.
Virgin screwdriver. Sir, that's just orange juice. Yes.
Yeah. Well, she could serve you.
Do you have some water?
Does she have water? Yes, she has water.
Cal, like, looks at her. He's like, "You might not want to drink the water."
There's fluoride in the water.
No,
St. Kelly is just like, oh, I'll take your word for it.
But yeah, she ushers everybody into the which once you're in here, if you have a, it probably does. It probably smells like a sea cow's armpit. But she sets everybody down and pulling out glasses and various bottles, which who knows how many times they've been refilled over and whatever is in them. But she starts pouring drinks. She does find juice. That's as far as it goes. She does find juice that she can give to Kelly. But she otherwise she serves drinks
Non-alcoholic.
and
We'll cross that bridge when we come through. We're going to come to it.
Yeah, it's juice. Don't ask. But yeah, she after she gives everybody a drink though, she leans onto the bar and like up at Callie, and she's like, where have you been? It's been 10 years.
Well, that Konarasu that who took me. Well, he's been.
And she like again like slow turn looks at Swag.
He's been taking
rolls his eyes.
He's been taking care of me all these years. I know how bad it looked probably the first time round.
Well,
he took me.
I'm glad. At least that fear did not play out. Which
damn, you adopt a small fish girl, and they immediately think you're some type of serial kidnapper.
Well, I mean, where are we at, bro? Not to mention, you gotta remember, she probably was kicking, screaming, and crying because you did.
Callie literally grew up in the ghetto.
Blew up Mr. Servos.
But yeah, this as her kitty woman, she does like she lightens up on the bit, and she does say, kind of quietly, like, thank you for that, thank you for looking after her.
Yeah.
But she looks back at Callie and she's like, I bet everybody that you've talked about since you've come back has probably asked you this, but like, why the hell are you back here?
Well, to put it simply and quickly and easily, I guess, I'm just here to look for answers, I guess.
I don't know if you'd even find any.
Well, I can, but only the answers I want to look for my parents' murders.
Well,
do you have any leads or anything?
We do. We have some leads. But I can't say them out loud.
Okay. I can understand that. Okay, so, and she takes a moment to like sort of actually like take in the rest of the party seriously at this point, rather than just Callie and Seamus. And
Tim looks vacant.
And she kind of like squints at them for a moment. So did you hire a bunch of mercenaries?
Oh, no, they're my friends. Yeah,
dang right we are.
Yeah,
June just waves without a word.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. So, you're here. You're alive. And I'm really glad to see you, Callie. I am. And I want you to tell me all about what's happened to you this past like 10 years. But if you're here looking for answers about all of those murders, God, part of me really wants to tell you not to. but I I know that probably isn't going to actually like stop you. And then she like she pauses a moment, looks at the other two like just Azurketi, like townsfolk who are in there, and again are like trying to like just not bring any attention to themselves, act like they're not overhearing everything. And she like looks at them and she's like, swallow it down and get out. And they like shot down their glasses and they gladly head out of the bar. And then she walks over to the door, sign this, and hangs that on the saloon doors. And she comes back over to where Callie and the rest of the party is, and she takes like a deep breath and she's like, okay, have you started looking into anything? How long back in did you just get here today or what?
We just got here today. Well, not today. It was last night. But yeah, we got here last night.
Okay.
We've only been really searching for answers, I guess, like a week ago. But it was only because
Okay.
I had information to work off of then.
Okay, so you're okay. Okay, look, I'm pretty sure, Callie, because I know that you've always been smart, but I'm pretty sure that you know what's, possibly on the other end of this whole murder thing. What took your parents and all those other people. Um, I don't like to dwell on it. It was like back then when you were small and after you had lost your parents. I don't know if you realize, but I had a son who at the time was about as old as you are now, and he also passed away. He was murdered during that same period. And so like that's kind of why I always went out of my way to care of you when I could. But I don't want you to think that I don't want to talk about it because of grief. I've had 10 years to process the loss of my son and people that I knew. And I like to think that I'm past that at this point. But I don't like to think about it because thinking about it actually can bring a dark sort of like presence. You know, thoughts that aren't yours. And I don't want to invoke that. So we need to keep this brief. Have you heard anything, Callie, about? And she she lowers her voice. Have you heard anything about your brother?
Huh?
Callie like looks at her. Is like, I haven't heard anything about him ever since.
Well, he's been seen in town recently. Within
How recent?
within the past week.
Would you say that he's still here?
I don't know. I do not know. I would tell you if I had any information. Unless I was hallucinating or something else externally was playing with my senses. I saw him with the junk hopper, and they were talking. I don't know about what. I do not know. I was not close enough to hear. But when I recognized him, I about had a heart attack, and I came home and I locked the doors, and I did not come back out again for a good day. So it's real creepy, honestly, Callie, that you're back here just a handful of days after he showed up. It has been almost a year since the last time we saw him. And it's been annual that like he would show up, and somebody would catch sight of him in town a bit, and then he was gone again.
What was he seen
and
doing, if anything at all?
Well, he talked with the junk hopper a few times. He's met with a few people out back of the metal market. And I know that he was spotted over near the kiln. But beyond that, I don't know. I don't know. He's there. He's like a ghost. And he I know you were really young when it happened, Callie. Have any not the brother that you may or may not even remember. I don't know if he's dangerous, to be perfectly honest, but like whenever it happens, I get a cold feeling down my spine. And there's always something that happens in town right around that time that's not good.
Well, whoever it is, I don't think they are my brother. I think they are the thing masquerading as my brother.
Look, we don't talk about it for good reason, but if this thing is related to them, it could lead you to madness if it doesn't lead. So if you pursue this, Callie, please don't, because you may not come back from it. And your friends might not either.
Kai thinks about it for a second, and is like, I don't know if I can live with that, knowing that there's nothing I can do about it and have done nothing about it for the last 14 years. If what you say is true, and that anytime that thing shows up in town and something bad happens, then getting rid of them, and also getting rid of, them, would do everyone nothing but good, honestly.
I agree with you. Callie. That would be good, but it's dangerous. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I understand, and I'm willing to take the risk. And if my friends here don't want to, get involved, they want to, I won't force them, but it's just something I need to do.
Okay. And then she pauses for a moment, and she looks back over at Seamus, and she kind of like narrows her eyes a little bit, and her tone goes much more like deadpan, and she's like, "Have you taught her how to take care of herself?"
Yes, I have. I have taught her the ways of combat, her arcane knowledge that she knows so well of, and I've also done what I can to help increase what knowledge she currently has. I have been nothing but supportive of any endeavor that she has been.
Good. Because if I find out otherwise, I've got a pair of shearing tongs in the back that I will take to that lattice of yours off of your orb. Keep her safe. Or else.
Keeping her safe is something you don't have to worry about. Anybody harms a hair or a scale on her is met with a raging fire.
I will burn them.
Ah, kill him.
On that,
so big you call it another breathing hole.
On that note of parental protectiveness, that is where we will call this session to an end, as it is roughly about 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So everybody, thank you very much for showing up to game. I know that we have little like technical snafus, and we are unfortunately short of our vector for streaming normally, but we did get a recording of this pop up on the VODs, so we'll have a nice smooth narrative captured there. Beyond all of that,
and again,
it's
not about me streaming it. It's just more having the archive, for us or anybody else to go back to.
Oh yeah, I find it constantly a excellent thing for me to be able to go back and like check the VODs of like, what shit did I say? So I can now write that down. So yeah, the fact that we had a is just always a great thing. And having the VODs and just like the playlist and all that sort of stuff just makes that even more convenient, quite frankly. But yeah, this was a very heavy role play session. And thank you guys very much for sitting through all of that. Next time around, will be combat. So that is coming up quick and in a hurry. That's what we will do next time around. We'll have some fun. We will have some fight and all of that sort of stuff, and you guys get to continue to explore the absolute like mess that is fucking Runoff and the surrounding areas.
Love it.
Yeah.
One of the other like, nifty things is that should you guys either far enough south or east of Runoff, you're going to cross the lines into the actual territory where the war happened at. In less than a day's travel.
Good.
So like there's fucking like vaguely reclaimed by nature trenches and shit within like less than 20 miles of here. So
yay.
That's all very very cool, and then yay and everything. So yeah, otherwise next Saturday, to be clear, next Saturday is the 30th. That day I will not be able to run the game because they've got me covering for a driver that weekend. So obviously the 30th we're not playing. But the 6th ready to go. So we will pick this back up on the 6th of next month.
Awesome.
Well, see you guys then.
Ton of
Righty
fun.
righty.
Cannot wait. Also, it's Junk Hopper. For some reason, I kept hearing Jun Copper. I was like, who's Jun Copper?
It's Junk Hopper.
And
Yeah.
Junk Hopper.
It's
The
Junk
frog.
Hopper.
It's
Uh,
John. I'll stop.
It is John Fortnite.
John
But yeah,
Fortnite.
but yeah, you guys will be meeting. But either way, I've got planned just so that we're aware on like the structure of how I'm setting this up. Essentially, the next session or two is putting together some more clues of like who the fuck is behind the actual murder, and then where the fuck are they, and then tracking said person down and dealing with. Essentially, what I am going to do after this point. Social encounter where you guys will need to move the needle on somebody's attitude, so that they are helpful, in order to move on to like the next section. So social encounter and a combat encounter next time around.
Type.
So otherwise that's all from me. Like I say all the time, thank you for, glad you were here. Glad everybody had fun, and I will talk to you guys later.
Take care, everybody.
Take care.
Bye.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Good night. Bye bye.
Good night.